Act 1, The Princess and the Butterfly, or The Fantastics, by Arthur Wing Pinero. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Persons of the play.
Princess Pannonia, read by Ali Wonsky.
Sir George Lamarant, Baronet, read by Greg Giordano.
Fay Zuliani, read by Jen Broda.
Edward Oriel, read by Thomas Peter.
Blanche Oriel, read by Michelle Eaton.
Lady Ringstead, read by Sonia.
Mr. San Roche, read by Alan Mapstone.
Mrs. San Roche, read by T.J. Burns.
Maxime de Mailly, read by Rémy.
Lady Chichley, read by Wendy Catzhiller.
Major General Sir Robert Chichley, KCB, read by Alan Mapstone.
Mrs. Marsh, read by Telly Tiger.
Ennis Marsh, read by Annie Maz.
Mrs. Sabiston, read by Diana Kennedy.
Mrs. Ware, read by Sarah Hale.
Lieutenant Colonel Arthur Eve, read by Todd.
The Honourable Charles Den Stroud, read by Rob Marland.
Sir James Veloreth, MP, read by Larry Wilson.
Mr. Adrian Mills, read by Andrew Gauntz.
Mr. Botley Levan, read by David Purdy.
Mr. Percival Ord, read by Jim Locke. Kara Pasha, read by Jim Locke.
Mrs. Ugbrook, read by Diana Kennedy.
Folding, read by Alan Mapstone.
Catherine, read by Grace Cremines.
Mr. St. Roche's servant, played by Jim Hedrick.
Old People, read by David Purdy.
The Princess's Servant, read by Sandra Schmidt.
Stage direction by T.R. Love. The first act, London, at the Princess Pannonia's in Park Lane. The second act, London, at Mr. St. Roche's in Grosvenor Place. Some weeks elapse. The third act, Paris, at the Princess Pannonia's in the Avenue des Champs-Élysées. The fourth act, Paris, another room in the Princess Pannonia's house. A month passes. The fifth act, on the outskirts of Paris, an orchard near Fontenay-sous-Bois. Act 1. The scene represents two rooms, a bedroom and a boudoir, separated by folding doors, upon the second floor of a house in Park Lane, of which one room only, the boudoir, is revealed at the commencement of the play. The trees of the park, bare of foliage, are seen in the distance through the window. On the left-hand side are double doors giving on to a landing. A bright fire is burning. A few books and a mandolin are lying upon the floor of the boudoir by the ottoman. On the settee, on the table, and upon the cabinet are numerous fancifully designed baskets of flowers and some elaborate bouquets with cards attached. And in the bedroom, fastened to the bed curtains, is a large wreath of green leaves from which hang the Hungarian colors in streamers of ribbon. The wreath also bears a written message. A pile of unopened letters lies upon the writing table, and on the other table is a lady's work basket. Everything is in perfect taste, but suggestive of wealth and luxury. The light in the boudoir is that of a bright afternoon in February. The bedroom, when first disclosed, is in semi-darkness. Mrs. Marsh, a pleasant but subdued lady of 40, is seated, engaged upon some fancy work. There is a knock at the door.
Yes?
Annis enters, a childlike girl of 17, in hat and walking dress, carrying a bundle of lilies.
Alone, Mumsy?
What do you want, Annis?
Annis, going to her and kissing her, holding up the flowers.
Look!
Darling, I would rather you did not run about the house so freely.
Mumsy dear, mayn't I present the princess with a few flowers on her birthday?
Certainly, but would it not be better to give them to Catherine with a pretty little note?
The princess is always delighted to see me.
Yes, only you must remember my position here is that of a dependent, Annis.
A dependent, a paid companion, a servant. You are continually calling yourself names, Mumsy.
And you must not forget, you are on a visit to me, my pet, not to the princess.
I am certain the princess doesn't want any lady about her to feel reduced in circumstances. She's the sweetest thing that ever...
Mrs. Marsh, glancing at the folding doors.
Hush!
Is she there?
Lying down.
Out of sorts?
A little depressed.
On her birthday?
Perhaps with many other women the princess disliked birthday anniversaries.
That is a feeling I can't understand.
Mrs. Marsh, smiling.
No.
Does she rebel against growing old because she is so perfectly lovely?
You ask too many questions, Annis.
Annis, embracing Mrs. Marsh.
You know you can trust me, Mumsy. What's her age today? 38, 39, 40, 41?
I shall not tell you.
Do you think she would like to marry again? She hasn't been a widow much more than a year.
Have you had a good music lesson, Annis?
Annis, sitting on the ottoman at Mrs. Marsh's feet.
When you're in Paris, Mother, and you remember your lonely girl in London, you will regret this unkindness.
Mrs. Marsh, giving her hand to Annis.
You minx.
Annis, nestling closer.
Confide in me, then.
Dear, it may be that the poor Princess Pannonia grudges the many wasted years in her life.
Wasted? She married a prince.
That's true.
And lived in a castle in beautiful Hungary. She has shown me a picture of it, far away from any city or town, with mountains at the back of her and miles of blue-green forest to look out upon.
Yes, Annis, but to be shut up for nearly 20 years in that castle. She was in her teens when she went to Monavica.
Monavica.
A budding English girl, almost a child, her eyes only half opened to life.
Well, if I may have you always near me, I am quite ready to start off to my Monavica.
With an old man of 60?
Oh, was he elderly?
Prince Pannonia was over 80 when he died.
Oh dear.
However, she was a good wife to him for those 20 years. One ought not to call them wasted years.
60? 80? That's not quite my idea of a prince.
No, darling, and perhaps he wasn't quite her idea of a prince.
Princess Pannonia's voice is indistinctly heard. Princess, in the further room.
Evelyn? Catherine?
Mrs. Marsh, rising.
Hark!
Annis rises.
Ah, Catherine, open the doors.
Catherine, the princess's maid, a portly grey-haired woman, appears at the folding doors. Catherine, to Mrs. Marsh.
Madam is awake.
Catherine puts back the folding doors. The princess is lying upon the bed under a silken coverlet, her head concealed by the curtains.
Who is there?
Mrs. Marsh, going to the bedside.
My troublesome girl has brought you a few flowers.
Annis.
Here I am, Princess.
Going to the bedside.
May I wish you many happy returns of the day, Princess?
Mrs. Marsh puts her work basket away in the cabinet.
Ah, pull up the blinds, Catherine.
Catherine disappears, and a stream of daylight comes into the room. Princess, to Annis.
You have brought me some flowers.
These lilies.
Princess, taking the flowers.
They are charming.
Kissing Annis and pointing to the edge of the bed.
Sit there.
Annis gives a little jump and seats herself upon the bed, her feet dangling. Catherine fastens back the bed curtains.
Annis, I am going to Paris the day after tomorrow.
The day after tomorrow?
So soon?
On Sunday at latest. London is too triste. Would you like me to take you to Paris with your mother?
Paris?
If you care for it, you shall come with us.
Care for it? Mother!
Princess, returning the flowers to Annis.
Lay these flowers on my writing table.
To Mrs. Marsh.
Evelyn, I'll get up.
Annis places the lilies on the writing table, then walks about excitedly. Catherine and Mrs. Marsh assist the princess to rise. The princess is in a loose dressing robe of rich material. She is very beautiful, but her form and face are at variance, for the latter appears younger than her figure, which is that of a mature woman.
I can't thank you. How good you are.
No, no, I wish she belonged to me. My hair, Catherine.
The princess sits before the dressing table. Catherine attends to her hair.
What is the time?
3:30.
Shaking her head at Annis, who is dancing lightly by the window.
Annis?
I shall not go downstairs today, Evelyn. I have neuralgia.
Perhaps you are wise in remaining quiet.
I will see my intimate friends here. The rest must be sent away. Give orders.
Very well.
The princess rises and comes down with Catherine, who is carrying a pair of satin shoes. There is a knock at the door. Catherine goes to the door, opens it slightly, and talks to someone outside. The princess opens the letters, which she finds upon the writing table. Annis joins Mrs. Marsh. Catherine, at the door, to the princess.
Lady Ringstead.
Princess, reading the letters carelessly, then throwing them aside.
Bring Lady Ringstead upstairs, Evelyn.
Mrs. Marsh goes out. Annis is following her.
Are you very happy, Annis?
Oh, Princess, awfully.
You are 17, aren't you?
Turned 17.
Ha, Istenem.
Sitting.
Run away, child.
Annis departs. Kneeling, Catherine exchanges the quilted slippers the princess is wearing for the shoes brought from the bedroom. Princess, reading a letter, giving a little cry of pleasure.
Ah!
Catherine looks up.
George Lamorant.
Madam?
An old friend, Catherine.
Lady Ringstead enters. The princess rises. Catherine retires to the bedroom, where she is seen, at intervals, moving about. Lady Ringstead is a handsome, white-haired woman of 57. Lady Ringstead, advancing to the princess and kissing her.
Well, Laura.
How do you do, Aunt Mary?
You have settled Paris, Mrs. Marsh tells me.
Finally.
With a gesture of distaste.
London.
Oh, London is all right, Laura, I assure you.
I had a letter from Madame de Tremorel this morning. I can have possession of her home immediately.
I know the house. A rather rococo-looking place in the Champs-Élysées.
Will you come and stay with me? I mean to emerge completely from my shell in Paris and to entertain.
Good.
You could help me.
By all means, my dear. Indeed, I'll come to you at once if you can make it convenient.
That's delightful. But London is all right, eh?
Lady Ringstead, sitting.
Decidedly preferable to Paris. Only under any circumstances I must be in Paris for the next month or 6 weeks, to keep an eye on my young people.
Princess, sitting.
Blanche?
And her brother Edward. Of course, they are no longer children, but I shall always consider them my charges, poor orphans.
Orphans?
Orphans. Their father is writing a history of England. Surely you've heard that.
Princess, her thoughts wandering.
Yes.
No man who is writing a history of England may be considered to be alive. Mr. Austin Oriel committed suicide, that is, sat down to his history, 15 years ago, on the day after he lost his wife.
She was poor Uncle Ringstead's, what? Not sister?
Half-sister. How dreadfully rusty you've got in family matters, Laura.
I am glad Blanche is to be in Paris. She and I are going to be excellent friends.
I am pleased to hear it.
But what takes Blanche to Paris?
She looks after Edward.
I thought you did that.
Not his clothes, my dear Laura.
Must somebody look after Mr. Edward Oriel's clothes?
He is so terribly abstracted. An extraordinary brain the boy has. Do you know what they say? They say the first drafts of Lord Tantanyere's recent dispatches to Russia were really prepared by Edward. That for a young man of 6 or 7 and 20. But when it comes to cravats and such fal-lals, he is feebleness itself. A valet interrupts his train of thought, he says. He breaks a valet's heart, my dear. That's the truth of it. Oh, but Edward is exceptionally able, if only he were a trifle less serious.
He is private secretary to Lord Tantanyer, is he not?
Unpaid, yes, till the end of the year, when he goes into the house and plays the game on his own hook, as it were.
The foreign secretary himself is a slovenly-looking man.
Precisely, but Tantanyer has humour. In a politician, humour, well-disciplined humour, will not only carry off a frayed shirt and a vile hat, it will keep the gallery under control.
The gallery?
The masses. There lies Edward's weakness. On my knees, Laura, I pray that it may ultimately be given to Edward to tickle the ribs of the gallery.
Amen, aunt.
Lady Ringstead, rising.
You've a window open.
I'll close it.
The princess closes the window. Lady Ringstead moves to the fire.
So Blanche goes to Paris to look after Mr. Oriel's neckties. And what does Mr. Oriel do in Paris? Enjoy himself?
Enjoy himself? Edward!
Sitting.
My dear Edward accompanies his chief, who, of course, represents our poor old country at this farce of an international conference, which is to assemble at the Quai d'Orsay. We shall lose everything in time, Laura. England, I mean, in spite of Tantanyere's firmness. Lord help us all. Edward and Blanche have been asked to put up with the Tantanyeres at the embassy. Extremely kind. Well, England will see me out, I suppose. You are going downstairs this afternoon, I hope, Laura?
Princess, walking about restlessly.
No.
How provoking you are. I have ordered Edward, positively ordered him, to call here between 4 and 5, so that I may present him to you.
Oh, save me from solemn young politicians.
Laura, I ask you to know Edward. I think if I could get him to visit at a few houses, and to mix with some more or less empty-headed people— I don't mean you, Laura.
I have been in London nearly 6 weeks. Mr. Oriel has made no sign of recognition of my existence.
6 weeks? Some of the people he is most devoted to have not set eyes on him for 6 years.
Well, Catherine shall put me into a gown, and I will receive him here.
Pausing by the writing table, taking up a note.
Oh, yes, and then I shall be able to see George Lamorant.
Lamorant? Ah, something must be amiss with our old friend, the butterfly.
What?
Money or liver, I presume. I hear he is selling his pictures and bric-a-brac.
Princess, reading the note again.
He is about to wave his hand to England, so he expresses it, in final adieu.
Thoughtfully.
Poor butterfly. I haven't met George Lamourant for 21 years.
You'll find him greatly altered.
And he?
Laying the note aside quickly.
No, I won't let him see me.
Nonsense. You can draw the blinds down, or sit with your back to the light.
Oh, don't be cruel, Aunt.
Lady Ringstead, rising.
You two have no sense of humour. That reminds me, I have forgotten to congratulate you, my dear.
Princess, giving her hand to Lady Ringstead across the back of the settee.
Thanks for your flowers, Aunt Mary, but you should have sent me a wreath of immortelles.
Fiddle, you are wearing surprisingly well.
I have entered my 40th year. I'm 40. 40.
An Englishwoman's 40 is not at all contemptible.
Even an Englishwoman cannot remain 40. Oh, I am going to be an old hag.
Like myself?
Princess, sinking on to the ottoman.
No, no, you are a pretty old woman. I shall fret myself as ugly as sin.
Lady Ringstead, looking down upon the princess.
Laura, you are morbid.
It is London that is upsetting me. What a fool I was to come back, to think I should find the same London.
Lady Ringstead, sitting.
You ought to feel well here, on this spot particularly. You were born round the corner.
I was young, just round the corner.
And pray, do you imagine you will be a girl again in Paris?
No, but Paris is the middle-aged woman's paradise.
Not for imported goods, my dear. I tried it years ago.
Ah, did you feel as I feel now in your middle life?
Don't be inquisitive.
So you are mortal, Aunt.
Nothing of the kind.
It is all right and comfortable, I suppose, for the woman when she has once labored across the bridge between middle age and old age. But the bridge is such a colossal piece of engineering. There are so many spans to it, the years leading from 40 to 50.
I comforted myself during my journey with looking after Blanche and Edward.
Ah, if I had some tie of that kind.
However, we must all submit to the inevitable. The luckiest woman enjoys little more than 20 years of splendor and triumph. I had my 20 years, and a few over. You, I hope, have still some of these years before you.
It is unfair. I have lost my 20 years.
Lost them?
Dropped them one by one like pearls from a string at Mornavitsa.
It was unfortunate that Prince Pannonia's health gave way as it did. Most unfortunate.
Most.
You had a dull time, doubtless.
For exactly 19 years and 11 months I was nothing but half nurse, half secretary to a delicate recluse. I wrote Pannonia's letters. He was a voluminous correspondent on many uninteresting subjects. Gave my arm to him when he walked about our estate, and by his side when he drove out, for 20 years.
No visitors?
You know.
Oh, I know you never invited me.
Pannonia hated to be disturbed, to have one day made unlike another.
You yourself visited.
4 times we went to Vienna, and to Budapest. On each occasion he was extremely unwell, and twice, for the waters, to Gastein. Those wretched waters nearly killed him.
Perhaps you ought to have persevered with them.
Princess, reproachfully.
Aunt.
Laurie, why did you marry him?
People allowed me to do it. It was an excellent marriage.
Going to Lady Ringstead and putting an arm about her shoulders.
Oh, Aunt, don't think I am speaking against Pannonia. He was invariably kind to me, poor dear.
Lady Ringstead, patting her hand.
Glad.
Princess, staring before her with watery eyes.
I respected him, yes, and loved him. I did. He was a very good father.
Gracious! I never heard.
Ch, you don't understand. A very good father to me.
How stupid I am.
Looking up at her.
Tut, tut, tut. You're not going to Grizzle.
Catherine, who has disappeared from the bedroom some time previously, now enters.
Mrs. St. Roche? Mrs. Sabiston?
Mrs. St. Roche and Mrs. Sabiston enter. Mrs. St. Roche is 38, petite, eager, restless. Mrs. Sabiston is a stout, handsome woman of 40, with big, limpid eyes and a heavy, placid air. Both ladies are richly and elegantly dressed. Catherine withdraws. Mrs. St. Roche, meeting the princess.
Every good wish of my heart, Laura.
Princess, kissing her.
It is sweet of you to come.
I have brought Edith. I found her loafing in the park.
To Lady Ringstead.
How do you do, Lady Ringstead?
Princess, kissing Mrs. Sabiston.
Delighted.
It doesn't matter, perhaps, but Isabel is not in the least accurate.
Mrs. St. Roche, examining the flowers.
What wonderful orchids.
Princess, to Mrs. Sabiston.
You know my aunt, Lady Ringstead.
To Lady Ringstead, who has risen.
Mrs. Sabiston.
Mrs. Sabiston goes to Lady Ringstead. They shake hands. Mrs. St. Roche over the flowers.
And these anemones. Exquisite.
Going behind the screen.
More flowers.
Mrs.
Sabiston to Lady Ringstead.
Isn't it a little rough, Lady Ringstead? Days ago I made up my mind to see Laura on her birthday, and now Mrs. St. Roche gives out that she picks me up casually in the park and drags me along with her.
Didn't I find you sitting upon a chair looking at nothing?
Not at nothing. I was contemplating my dinner.
In the park?
Yes. I have had a disgusting lunch. Whenever I am put out in that way, I sit for a few moments quietly and conjure up my dinner. It is a faculty I have.
Princess, taking a bouquet and a basket of flowers from the top of the cabinet.
Mrs. St. Roche and Mrs. Sabiston send me these, aunt.
Exceedingly beautiful.
Mrs. St. Roche, entering the bedroom and examining the wreath attached to the bed curtain.
May one look at this? Where has this come from?
Princess, replacing the flowers on the cabinet.
From Mornavitsa. Catherine hung it there. Foolish woman.
Mrs. Sabiston, examining the card attached to the wreath.
What a spidery-looking language. It means?
From where the leaves still listen for a beloved footfall.
Charming.
The gardeners have picked those leaves from a narrow little alley in an Italian garden at Mornavitsa. I walked there alone nearly every morning for 20 years, for half an hour, while poor Pannonia was having his bath.
How nice of your people to recollect. Did you get my note?
Princess, turning over her letters.
Ah, yes.
You are coming to the theatre with me tonight?
Princess, shaking her head.
The neuralgia is troublesome again.
You may as well have your neuralgia in my box. Edith has promised.
To come on late. Theatres interfere with dinner so horribly.
To Lady Ringstead.
Don't they?
I confess I hardly care to sit down to dinner at 6:30.
Oh, I don't mind that. But I cannot undertake to rise at 7:30.
Mrs. St. Roche to the princess.
There will be no men. My husband has a rowdy little party at home. To say goodbye to Sir George Lamarant. You won't come with me?
Excuse me tonight, dear Isabel.
You are perfectly horrid when you choose, Laura. You will never meet Miss Zuliani. Isn't she delightful, Edith?
Quite.
Such a sweet person, Lady Ringstead.
Miss
Zuliani, a friend of Isabel's.
Mrs. St. Roche to Lady Ringstead.
Mr. Saint Roche calls her La Belle Cosmopolite. She is the daughter of an Englishwoman who married a poor Italian musical man, and she has lived all over the world. Sir George Lamarant knew the parents, and he has asked me to interest myself in Fay.
Fay?
Fay Zuliani.
Catherine enters.
Lady Cecil?
Lady Chichely enters, a pretty, simple-mannered, daintily dressed little woman of 50. Catherine goes into the bedroom. Princess, meeting Lady Chichely gladly.
Ah!
Lady Chichely, kissing the princess.
I have run in to wish you many happy returns of the day, and to...
Turning to Lady Ringstead and kissing her.
Why, how are you, Mary?
To Mrs. St. Roche.
Isabel.
Kissing her.
What a pretty frock you have on.
To Mrs. Sabiston, who comes to Lady Chichely.
Who is it?
Kissing Mrs. Sabiston.
Dear heart, it's Edith Sabiston. Oh, this is pleasant meeting you girls.
You are always so cheerful, Winifred. An example for younger people.
Lady Chichely, sitting.
Not always cheerful, but today, well, I am very happy today. My husband has telegraphed to me from Port Said, ordering me to meet him at Brindisi on Saturday. I am off tonight.
Lady Ringstead sits. Mrs. St. Roche, sitting.
Sir Robert is coming home?
Lady Chichely, nodding.
On leave.
A long drag, Winifred, to Brindisi. Why not let him join you at the Riviera?
Under the eyes of everybody. No, dear. From Brindisi we intend taking the train to Taranto.
Taranto? A hole?
Certainly. But Bob and I must hide ourselves somewhere for a week or two.
Why?
Hide.
Lady Chichely, slightly embarrassed.
Until we can look people in the face. I don't...
Lady Chichely to Mrs. St. Roche and Mrs. Sabiston.
Ah, my dears, you must go back to the time of your honeymoons to understand. You are fortunate girls who are never separated from your husbands. But the disagreeable doctors have always forbidden me India, and for many years Sir Robert and I have met only at long intervals.
You are not quite accustomed to one another?
We are naturally a little constrained, a little bashful when we meet. I yearn to see him again, but almost dread it. It is so very awkward for both of us.
The princess, Mrs. St. Roche, and Mrs. Sabiston laugh lightly. The princess bends over Lady Chichely and kisses her. Lady Chichely going to the fireplace in a flutter.
Now, I won't be laughed at.
Lady Ringstead joining Lady Chichely.
Certainly not.
Looking at the clock.
Laura, don't forget you have to dress.
Princess calling.
Catherine.
Catherine appears in the bedroom.
I'll dress quickly. Draw the screen.
Catherine arranges the screen so that it completely covers the opening to the bedroom. Princess, to everybody, as she unfastens a bracelet.
Do go on chattering. Let me hear the hum of your voices.
Lady Chichely, suddenly coming to the princess.
Ah, how stupid!
Producing a jeweller's case from her pocket.
I have a bangle for you, Laura.
Oh, Lady Chichely.
It's nothing. You possess everything.
Taking the bangle from its case.
But the idea may amuse you. You see, simply a plain gold band with little coins attached to it.
Princess, taking the bangle.
Very pretty.
They are merely gilt threepenny pieces, but count them.
Princess, attempting to count the coins.
There are so many.
Lady Chichely, smilingly.
I had better tell you, there is one for each year.
Each year.
Lady Chichely, nodding.
Each year.
Mrs. St. Roche and Mrs. Sabiston unobtrusively move away to the window. Lady Ringstead gazes into the fire. Lady Chichely, putting the bangle on the princess's wrist.
One threepenny piece for each of your birthdays. I shall add a fresh coin every February for as long as I am spared to do so.
There is a brief silence. The princess looks at the bangle piteously, then towards her friends and Lady Ringstead. Lady Chichely, also looking round, puzzled.
What is the matter?
Princess, impulsively, with a laugh that is half pathetic, throwing her arms around Lady Chichely.
Oh, you dear, simple little woman.
She runs away, passes behind the screen, and disappears into the bedroom. Lady Chichely, hurrying to the screen.
What is it? Have I done something wrong?
Princess, from the other side of the screen.
No, no, but Aunt Mary and I have been talking over the terrors of middle age.
Mrs. Sabiston, going to the screen.
Laura, how could you? The topic is too painful.
Let me have that horrid bracelet again.
Never. I must get used to the weight of it.
Her voice receding.
Catherine.
Oh, Mary, I am exceedingly sorry.
Rubbish. Women must not be cowards.
Lady Chichely, penitently to everybody.
You see, dears, I have not thought very much about middle age.
Mrs. St. Roche, a little impatiently.
It is the woman's fault if she has any middle age, Lady Chichely.
Really? Pray tell me how one is to avoid it.
Mrs. St. Roche, clenching her hands.
Fight it. Don't admit it. Never admit it.
To others?
Even to yourself. Watch yourself, hour by hour. Signs of middle life are only weeds in the garden. Root them up the moment they appear.
That applies to outward invisible signs. Science deals with them. We all know that.
Lady Chichely, distressed.
Oh, dear me.
But the subtle signs, dear Mrs. St. Roche, weeds which elude the vigilance of the gardener.
Mrs. St. Roche, with a shrug of the shoulders.
Of course there are good and bad gardeners.
Subtle signs. Take the most unerring and insidious symptom of middle age in a woman.
What is that?
An appetite for dinner in other people's houses.
Mrs. Sabiston, turning away, wounded, sitting on the settee.
Oh, Lady Ringstead.
Lady Ringstead, going to her.
My dear, pardon me. But then you have always enjoyed an excellent appetite, if I recollect rightly. Never so violent as now.
Edith, you are a bad gardener.
Mrs. Sabiston, desperately.
Oh, I don't care. I believe the best way to get through middle life is to be selfish and lazy and grow stout and lethargic as I am doing.
You believe nothing of the kind.
I do, and I mean to yield to hunger and to sleep on every possible occasion.
Mrs. St. Roche, walking about.
Usually, you know, the career of a woman who starts with possessing some attractions is divided into 3 stages.
Indeed?
Yes, and the clever woman's triumph is in prolonging the first stage so that her life has no time to admit the second.
What are your 3 stages, pray?
First, the period during which people willingly offer their devotion.
People? Men.
Mrs. St. Roche, evasively.
People. That is the happy stage.
Certainly. That is happiness.
The second stage is reached when she has to exact devotion.
Bending over the flowers, her face averted from the others.
That is wretchedness.
Lady Ringstead, eyeing Mrs. St. Roche.
Yes, that is wretchedness.
The third stage, when she neither receives nor demands it.
That is contentment.
Lady Chichely, to Mrs. St. Roche.
When she is satisfied with the simple affection of husband, children, or friends. Ah, my dears, there is the haven to make for.
Mrs. St. Roche, brushing past Lady Chichely and Lady Ringstead.
Of course, of course.
At the fireplace, looking at the clock.
Oh, I must be going.
A woman servant enters, showing in Blanche and Edward Oriel. Blanche is a fresh, buoyant, unaffected girl of 23. Edward is an intellectual-looking young man of about 27, with a grave air. He is very soberly dressed, in a fashion that distinguishes him from the man about town. The servant retires. Blanche, advancing to Lady Ringstead, nodding to Mrs. St. Roche and Mrs. Sabiston as she passes them.
How do you do? How do you do?
Kissing Lady Ringstead.
Well, Auntie.
Going to Lady Chichely.
Good afternoon, dear Lady Chichely.
My dear Blanche.
Lady Ringstead, meeting Edward and looking him up and down.
You are a little pale, Edward. You feel well?
Edward, with a smile.
Quite well.
Lady Ringstead, giving a little twist to the bow at his neck.
That's right.
Blanche joins Mrs. St. Roche and Mrs. Sabiston by the fireplace. Edward advances to Lady Chichely and shakes hands with her.
Edward, do you recollect fixing an afternoon to come and drink tea with me nearly 12 months ago?
Ah, I hope I sent an apology.
Apology? Yes. But you knew I had got together some of the sweetest girls in London to meet you.
Blanche told me that some ladies...
Silly child. She let it out just as you were leaving the house to come to me, I heard. And then you put down your hat and ran upstairs, saying you were busy.
A year ago. Be kind and allow that I may have forgotten the precise circumstances.
Your aunt is trying to catch your eye. Go to your doom.
Lady Ringstead, who has joined the others.
Edward!
Edward and Lady Chichely move to the fireplace.
Mrs. Sabiston, Mrs. Ronald St. Roche, Mr. Edward Oriel.
Where is Laura?
In the next room.
Blanche, going to the screen, calling.
Laura!
Princess, in the distance.
Ah, Blanche, dear.
Many happy returns of the day.
A bare white arm is extended from behind the screen.
Thanks.
Blanche, taking the princess's hand and speaking quietly.
My brother Edward is here.
Ah.
The arm is withdrawn, and the folding doors are closed sharply. Lady Ringstead joins Blanche. They talk together by the settee. Mrs. Marsh enters, followed by 2 women servants who carry tea, etc. The servants place their trays upon the table and withdraw. Mrs. Marsh seats herself at the table and pours out tea. Edward attends upon the ladies assembled round the fire. Lady Ringstead, to Blanche, while this is going on, watching Edward.
Edward has rather a smart air, for him, this afternoon. He reflects credit upon you, dear.
Thanks, Aunt.
I could wish that he would button his coat, and perhaps I'd like to see the trouser conceal a little more of the boot.
I will tell Edward.
Ah, how annoying! On one side too much of the boot is hidden.
It struck me it was so coming upstairs.
This is extremely careless of you, Blanche.
Auntie, some matters I must leave to Edward.
Dear fellow, it delights me to watch him playing chevalier.
A cup slips on its saucer and falls. There are movements, apologies, and a little laughter among the tea drinkers. Lady Ringstead, stonily.
Whose clumsiness was that?
Blanche shakes her head.
Edward's?
I hope not.
Lady Ringstead sits gloomily.
Aunt, it is my impression that Edward will never be quite at his ease with women. Sometimes I fancy he positively dislikes them.
It isn't desirable that he should like them, only that he should talk to them, command them. The man who can retain the attention of half a dozen women for 5 minutes has the power of holding the House of Commons for an hour.
Suddenly,
good heavens! Look at those women now! They're not listening to Edward. They're not listening to him.
Poor boy, he isn't saying anything, Aunt.
Edward, approaching Lady Ringstead.
May I bring you some tea?
Lady Ringstead, rising.
I'll come to the table. Here is Laura.
The princess enters, beautifully gowned. She meets Edward. Princess, giving him her hand.
Mr. Oriel.
Blanche and the princess greet each other. Then Blanche and Lady Ringstead join the group by the fireplace and drink tea.
I believe I saw you once, when you were a very small boy.
In Hans' place. Strange to say, I remember you.
Princess, smiling.
Older people than yourself don't make me such speeches.
Pardon me. I mean, I was a child of 5, 6.
Of course. What do you remember of the occasion?
I remember that our visitor was exceptionally tall and slender, that it hurt my neck to stare up at her.
Thoughtfully, not looking at her.
I remember comparing you, after you had gone, with my mother.
Princess, with slightly elevated brow.
Really?
My poor mother was youthful-looking to the last.
Yes, very delicate and willowy.
As you were then.
Princess, with a frown, abruptly turning to Mrs. Marsh, who comes with a cup of tea.
Thank you. I will have some tea.
Mrs. Marsh places the tea upon the table and then joins the group. The princess sits and motions to Edward to sit.
So you are a very serious person nowadays, they tell me, Mr. Oriel.
Edward, sitting.
Ah, Lady Ringstead.
Yes, I think she regards extreme seriousness in budding statesmen with some distrust.
To be earnest is to be serious.
Yet seriousness is not, necessarily, earnestness. Seriousness may be, no matter.
Dullness, heaviness, stupidity.
Perhaps it is to the advantage of a clever man's seriousness that it should be lighted up occasionally, just to show what it is really composed of.
She drinks her tea, looking away from him. His face now shows that he has become interested in her. He is sitting, elbow on table, gazing at her curiously. There is a brief silence. Princess, turning to him.
Eh?
He takes her empty cup from her, replacing it on the table. Edward, drawing nearer to her.
Princess, I have little confidence in the man who can punctuate his ponderous periods with strokes of fun. Examine the dual nature. You will find it but half a nature. And besides, don't you feel that this quality of humour, this saving grace of life, which Lady Ringstead is always insisting upon, really acts upon people and things as the corruptive particles in the air act upon the details of a fine piece of architecture?
His eyes still upon her.
For an example, take beauty in women. Even beauty in women must be looked at with serious eyes. Humour anticipates its defacements. You are serious. I see it.
Princess, rising, uneasy under his gaze.
Oh, yes. I have been serious for 20 years.
Edward, rising.
Ah,
But hardly a day has passed when I have not shut myself up in my room for a few moments to shriek with laughter.
laughter. At what?
Princess, with a shake of her head.
If you choose, we shall meet in Paris, Mr. Oriel. Aunt Mary will tell you. She will be with me. Let us see you often and teach you how to laugh.
You are to be in Paris?
My friends are going.
Meeting Lady Chichely, Mrs. Sabiston, and Mrs. St. Roche. Lady Chichely to the Princess.
These girls have promised to take me home.
Princess, kissing Lady Chichely.
Send me an address where I may write to you. So good of you to come today.
Kissing Mrs. Sabiston and Mrs. St. Roche.
And you, dear. And you.
Lady Chichely, shaking hands with Edward.
I shall never ask you to tea again, Edward.
Please.
Mrs. Sabiston and Mrs. St. Roche bow to Edward. The princess walks with them to the door. Lady Ringstead and Blanche join Edward. Lady Ringstead to Edward.
I have to go to Down Street, Edward. I need not drag you and Blanche away.
Oh, Edward must do some shopping this afternoon, Aunt. I insist upon it.
Princess at the door.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Lady Chichely, Mrs. Sabiston, and Mrs. St. Roche disappear. The princess rings the bell. Lady Ringstead, kissing the princess.
I shall endeavour to see you tomorrow, Laura, to settle dates.
Blanche kisses the princess. Princess to Blanche.
Must you go?
Accompanying Lady Ringstead and Blanche to the door.
Tomorrow, Aunt.
If possible.
Lady Ringstead and Blanche go out. Princess, shaking hands with Edward, who follows them.
Nous reverrons à Paris sans adieu.
In Paris, yes. But to be serious.
Princess, laughingly.
No, to laugh.
He bows and goes out. Princess, going to the writing table.
Now, help me with my letters, Evelyn.
Suddenly.
Why, I have forgotten to tell Edith and Bella that we are leaving London.
She makes for the door quickly as Catherine enters.
Sir George Lamarant.
Sir George Lamarant enters, coming face to face with the princess. She gazes at him with widely open eyes for a moment, pained, astonished. Catherine withdraws. Sir George is a handsome man of 45, with a thin, delicate-looking frame, a pale face, and hair almost completely silvered. His manner is light and charming, and he is perfectly attired. Sir George, after the silence.
I read your thoughts.
Princess, giving him her hand.
Ah, 1 in 20 years.
Sir George, making a grimace.
Ugh.
And why have you not called until today?
I was shy of reminding you, by my hoary looks, of those 1 in 20 years.
Gallantly.
Time has flown high above you, Princess.
Mrs. March retires into the bedroom. Princess, sitting.
Much has happened since we last met.
Sir George, sitting.
1 in 20 years have happened.
I mean the baronetcy, and your uncle's money falling to you so unexpectedly, you're finding yourself independent of the humdrum colonial office.
A pleasant, humdrum colonial office.
I ought to have written to you when I heard of your good fortune.
With a smile and a shrug of the shoulders.
But I didn't.
You received my few lines of congratulation a year ago, I hope.
Princess, stonily.
I received a message of your sympathy from you after poor Pannonia's death.
Ah, I'm glad you had it.
Blankly.
I beg your pardon. What did I say?
Princess, looking away.
You said congratulations.
Sir George, his hand to his brow.
Heavens, this is the result of Broadbent forbidding me sugar and champagne.
Princess, rising.
Let me give you some sugarless tea, George.
Sir George, rising.
Thanks, do.
She goes behind the table and pours out tea.
I heard of you incarcerating yourself after your bereavement at Schloss Stolwesen with the old Countess Kasaski.
I desire to spend my first year of widowhood in that way.
Suti, what a year you must have passed.
For shame.
Handing him a cup of tea.
I had lost a good husband.
They sit again.
Ah, of course.
Drinking his tea.
But now, at last, you intend to enjoy life.
Intend?
Eh?
Princess, hastily.
About yourself. You are going abroad.
Yes.
But never to return to your beloved London. Surely you don't mean that?
I do.
Why?
Sir George, placing his cup aside.
To get rid of the tombstones.
Tombstones?
My beloved London's full of 'em. Piccadilly, Pall Mall, Bond Street, they are all paved with tombstones.
George.
Laura?
What's the matter?
45 is the matter. Middle age is the matter.
Princess, under her breath, staring at him.
Middle age?
Your faithful butterfly, a suggestive nickname, my dear princess, has come to his autumn. His body shrivels. His poor wings are little else than dust. Oho, vanitas vanitatum, eheu fugace, and all the rest of it. What is there left for 45?
Why, I have thought that such moods are purely feminine moods.
So have I, until recently. And now I've made the discovery. A man is as human as a woman.
Princess, reproachfully.
As weak.
Upon my soul, I believe there isn't much to choose between 'em. Much to choose. They're alike, absolutely alike. The same tide rises in both, rises, beats merrily against their ribs for a few years, and then ebbs. It's an uncomfortable sensation, Princess. I can tell you, to hear the lapping of that tide as it turns within you and begins to go down.
Unnoticed by him, with a movement of pain, she half rises, then sits again. He jumps up.
Phew!
Shaking himself.
At any rate, I've arrived at the conclusion that no man should be old in his own country. Merciful powers! Every friend I have is developing some infirmity or other. This morning I hear that Rawson has phlebitis and will never do more than crawl with a stick. Peters writes me he no longer comes out o' nights. Horrible! And, at the same time, while familiar things pain me, the sight of a new face, or of any fresh object, throws me into a sullen, resentful rage. They've knocked down my chemist's shop, where I have bought perfumes for 20 years, and stuck another, a red brick pile, in its place. And today, when I venture there with my doctor's latest prescription, they stare at me from behind the counter, as much as to say, "Hello, are you still going about? Why, you used to come to the old shop." And there's no more '84 champagne at my club. Not that it would make much difference to me if there were. but it's all 80 now. Fancy, no more 84.
Walking away to the window, where he stands looking out, his back towards her.
And so I'm off, out of it, to places which recall nothing, to places unknown to me, where I am unknown, where I can pretend that I've never been young, that I've always been an old fellow, and that I like it.
Oh, George, one would think today is your birthday also. Is it?
Sir George, turning to her.
My birthday? No.
It is mine.
Sir George, looking round.
Flowers.
Removing an orchid from his coat and presenting it to her.
1,000 good wishes.
Princess, laying her hand upon his sleeve.
My dear old friend, oh, this folly!
Her grip tightening.
Come, let us look forward to the time, you and I, when we shall have waded through the slough of despond.
Sir George, in astonishment.
You and I? What? My dear princess, not you already?
She nods, rises with a little hysterical laugh.
No. You are still a fresh, beautiful woman.
Shh, no more.
Waving the subject away with a gesture.
When do you leave London?
Well, frankly, that rather depends upon the advice, help perhaps, that I'm going to ask you to give me.
Help?
Sitting.
Command me, George.
In the first place, I must contrive to gain your sympathy for a young lady.
A
Miss Zuliani.
Miss Fay Zuliani.
You've met her.
No, but Mrs. St. Roche wished me to go to the theatre tonight to make Miss Zuliani's acquaintance. Who is Miss Zuliani?
Sir George, after a short pause.
Don't be angry with me. Once upon a time, you were very fond of my brother.
She rises.
If Rupert hadn't been so devilish poor, he might not have had to die in a foreign swamp, and you might have been my sister-in-law. Well, that's how I've always understood the case.
She stands looking into the fire.
De mortuis, princess, you guess?
Is this girl Rupert's daughter?
Yes.
She sits upon the settee without speaking.
The mother was a Miss Wentworth. I knew her, a graceful creature with curiously beautiful hands. She used to sit to Bouguereau and other big painters for her hands. About a year after the child was born, the lady married a flashy Italian and went off with him to Milan, a violoncello player, a Mr. Flavio Zuliani, a black brute.
When was the child born?
She's 19.
Your brother soon forgot.
Never. Only his life went to hell after...
Looking at her.
After...
Oh, go on.
The black brute, Mr. Zuliani, took the child to his bosom and bestowed his name upon her. So she's Miss Zuliani to this day. Unfortunately, the mother didn't long survive her marriage, and I'm very much afraid that for some years, while Rupert was soldiering in India, Miss Zuliani was left to support herself in the choicest available gutters.
Was no provision made for the poor little thing?
You wouldn't ask that if you were acquainted with Signor Zuliani. Oh, yes, and directly my brother came home he did his best to ensure the allowance being properly applied.
She is not ill-educated, then?
Sir George, with a shrug of the shoulders.
She's so clever. Of course, she has been rather queerly influenced by the migrations of the various opera troupes to which Mr. Giuliani and his cello have been attached. But even that has been education of a sort. She's at home in every big city of Europe and America, and thinks and dreams, she says, in half a dozen languages.
When Captain Lamourant died, George, you ought to have.
I did. I promptly tore her from the weeping Giuliani, and she has been lately polishing at school, here, in England.
Princess, rising.
That's good of you. The man, Giuliani.
Oh, he's now living in a well-earned comfort where she left him, in New York. He has, retired.
Retired?
Upon Miss Giuliani's allowance. I attend to that.
She comes to him and gives him her hand.
You see the position. The girl's a dainty, charming thing, and astoundingly artless considering. What on earth is to become of her?
Does she know the truth?
Oh, yes, she knows, and I have been obliged to tell our friends, the St. Roches. But obviously it's desirable not to label the poor child with her origin. She's a philosopher, though. The rascal will call me Uncle George when we're alone, without the tremor of an eyelash.
Princess, thoughtfully.
And you think that
I think it would be a blessed accident if Miss Giuliani were to fall into the hands of some good woman.
Princess, in a low voice, partly to herself.
I wonder if this girl could be made to fill the blank in my life.
She's Rupert's child.
She gives him a quick look, then drops her eyes.
See her.
I will, this evening.
Going to the writing table and sitting.
Ring the bell twice.
He rings the bell.
I'll send a note to Mrs. St. Roche. I'll go to the theatre. Oh!
Rising.
But Isabel St. Roche, Miss Giuliani is in her care.
Yes, and I want to make other arrangements as soon as possible.
Why?
You see, the rascal kicked at her school suddenly. For the moment, I didn't know how to dispose of her.
This is ungrateful to Bella and her husband.
Horribly so. But I've been a great deal to Grosvenor Place during Miss Fay's visit there. And for a young girl, the St. Roche menage...
With a wave of a hand.
You know.
Princess, wonderingly.
I don't know.
Catherine appears.
Madame?
A messenger to take note at once to Mrs. St. Roche. Wait, please.
Catherine retires. Sir George, approaching the princess.
May I come to you again tomorrow? I feel light-hearted at the mere idea.
And I am quite excited.
Giving him her hand.
Yes, tomorrow.
Princess.
Kissing her hand.
Accept an old man's thanks.
George, an old woman is glad to serve you.
She sits again at her table and is writing hurriedly as he goes out. End of the first act. Act 2 of The Princess and the Butterfly, or The Fantastics, by Arthur Wing Pinero. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The second act. The scene represents the smoking room and the billiard room of a West End London mansion. The stage is mainly occupied by the smoking room. The billiard room is seen through a wide arch on the left. The fireplace, where a bright fire is burning, is on the right. Beyond the fireplace, in the right-hand corner of the smoking room, about 8 feet above the floor level, is a door reached by a broad flight of steps with a handsome balustrade stretching out into the room. This is the principal entrance to the rooms. In the center wall, but on the floor level, there is another door. Running obliquely on the left side is the arch, supported by pilasters, admitting to the billiard room, which is reached by 2 or 3 steps. At the upper end of this room, which is well in sight of the spectator, are the marking boards, cue racks, and general fitments of a billiard room and a lounge seat. The billiard table itself is also partly seen. In the smoking room are settees, small tables, chairs, and a circular ottoman. At the extreme back, against the wall, is a larger table upon which stands a silver tray with decanters of spirits, glasses of all sizes, and bottles and siphons of aerated waters. Round the fireplace is a fender seat. Statuettes bearing electric branches are disposed about the rooms. It is night time, and the rooms are brilliantly lighted. Sir James Villeray, a dried, careworn man of about 50, in levee dress, is standing in the center of the room, shaking hands with Sir George Lamourant. On his right is Ronald St. Roch, a little, simple-looking, florid man, with a wrinkled brow, large staring eyes, and an air of suppressed anxiety. Seated upon the settee are Colonel Arthur Eve and the Honorable Charles Denstraude. Eve is 48, in appearance a typical soldier. Denstraude is a handsome young man with a finely chiseled but expressionless face, and of a generally calm exterior. Bartley Levan and Percival Ord, also modish young men, the latter especially foolish-looking, are to be seen moving about the billiard table, playing billiards. Another young man, Adrian Mills, is leaning against the pilaster, pretending to watch the game, but really posing. In manner and dress, he attempts to recall the graces particular to the period of the Regency. He wears a stock, a fob chain, a high coat collar, is wasp-waisted, and his trousers, which are broad across the hips, taper finely to his ankles. Some of the men are smoking. A servant is in the billiard room, marking the game, and the click of the balls is heard. Sir James, turning to St. Roch.
I am sorry I must run away.
My wife will be back from the theatre soon.
I should like to have shaken hands with Mrs. St. Roch.
St. Roch, ascending the steps with Sir James.
I wish the Speaker and his levee at the deuce, my dear Sir James. I do really.
They go out. A peculiarly stupid, vacant laugh is heard from Ord. Sir George winces and puts his fingers in his ears. Denstraude goes into the billiard room. Eve, joining Sir George.
Percival's laugh gets upon your nerves?
My dear Arthur, what possessed Ronald to bid these buzzing midges to their ceremony of saying good-bye to the broken butterfly?
Why should your final impressions be entirely of drowsy insects like myself?
Mills bestirs himself and takes snuff elegantly. Sir George, eyeing Mills, drawing Eve aside.
Now tell me, you who are, comparatively, of sound mind and body, does our friend Adrian there, for instance, cheer you?
Eve, smiling.
Rather amuses me, I own.
Upon whom, or on what, is he modelling himself now, in heaven's name? Last summer he was Napoleonic, and had a curl on his forehead, and was full of strategy.
He has been babbling incessantly of the Prince Regent and of Brummel for the past few weeks.
Ah, that explains his appearance tonight.
Napoleon, I remember. He's very inconstant.
St. Roch returns and descends the steps. There is another laugh from Ord.
Percival's in fine form.
He goes into the billiard room. Mills accompanies Eve, putting an arm upon his shoulder. St. Roch to Sir George.
Velvet looks a bad colour, don't he?
His hue is somewhat pre-Raphaelite. What's his age? 50-something?
No, my age. 49.
49 or 59. What does it matter after you're 40? Of course, Jimmy's a bad color. I'm a bad color. You're a bad color. We're all a bad color.
Ord laughs again. Sir George writhes. St. Roch, poking the fire.
My dear chap, you must forgive me, but you're wrong.
Putting a log on.
You're wrong. In fact, there's no doubt about it. You're a damn out of sorts.
Oh, that's true.
Just as some men get angry and see blood, you're walking about seeing wrinkles. Now, my dad was a parson, a leading light of the Church of England.
What's that to do with it, Ronnie?
Oh, nothing. Excepting that I suppose preaching runs a bit in our family. At any rate, I feel bound to tell you, George, it's my deliberate opinion you're behaving wicked.
Sir George, sitting on the ottoman, facing St. Roch humbly.
I perceive a sermon, O son of a gun, Canon St. Roch, your late father. A little joke, Ronnie, in the worst possible taste.
I wish you made more jokes of that sort nowadays, dear fella. However, sermon or no sermon, you're going away, and leaving your native country, and hiding, and all that. I must say it. My dear dad would have said it. It's damn feeble.
Oh, of course it is. But what's the remedy?
St. Roch, rubbing his brow anxiously and wearily.
Against feeling stale and bothered and generally finished.
Against feeling stale and bothered and generally finished.
I'll tell you, George, it's 1,000 pities you haven't come to me for advice before.
A servant, carrying a small box, enters and descends the steps, going towards the billiard room.
What's that?
Mr. Levon's toys, sir. Just arrived. His servant had took 'em to the wrong house.
The servant goes into the billiard room.
Toys?
Certainly. Bartley's got quite a craze for toys just now. Has all the novelties from Paris and Vienna, and people like him to bring his toys to their houses.
Do they?
Oh, yes. Just now, people are wanting to see Bartley's toys. I like him to bring them to my house.
Do you?
Ord, in the billiard room.
Oh, look here. Bartley's toys have turned up. Ha ha ha!
Yes, and people are asking Percival out a great deal just now.
Are they?
Because Bartley's toys make Percival laugh. Just now, people are wanting to hear Percival laugh. I want to hear Percival laugh.
The servant crosses the room again and goes out. Ord, in the billiard room.
Oh, I say, do look. Ho, 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 ho.
Sir George, hiding his face against the drum of the ottoman in half-serious, half-assumed despair.
Oh!
St. Roch, laying a hand on Sir George's shoulder.
And now you know my method of getting through life, George. Now you know what my panacea for all the ills that flesh is heir to. If you have to grow old yourself, don't live with people who continually remind you that your clock's running down. As a matter of fact, it's my wife's notion as much as my own. We take precious good care to always have a lot of youngsters about us, men half my age. We live in an atmosphere of youth, gaiety, high spirits.
My dear Ronnie, you don't believe I could bring myself to see any gaiety in this sort of racket, do you?
You used to find heaps of fun in it.
Did I?
Did you?
I suppose I did.
There is a yell of delight from Ord. Sir George starts to his feet, joining in the laugh mirthlessly.
Ha ha ha! Whoop!
Good! First class!
Sir George, relapsing into gloom.
Youth, gaiety, high spirits. Well, there is something in your idea.
Lolling against the drum of the ottoman.
Ronnie, I often think that if, when I was a poor devil in the colonial office, I'd had the pluck to marry on a beggarly income, to marry some meek, unpretending girl, and could in these days have been amusing myself over sending a boy to Harrow, and then watching a little romp of a daughter.
Oh, no, dear fella. Dash it all, nothing of that sort.
Eh?
St. Roch, perspiringly.
Not marriage, dear fella, whatever you do. Whew!
Well, you're a nice married man.
Oh, I don't mean to say that I'm not happily married, my dear boy. Only I'm one of the lucky ones. Marriage is a real good thing when it comes off, don't you know? But...
Sir George, carelessly.
Oh, for me the time's gone by now.
You keep of that mind, George. As I say, I'm one of the lucky ones, but I'm an exception, dear fella.
The men come out from the billiard room, Bartley Levan with his box of toys, Percival Ord following him gleefully. Levan deposits the box on a table and, standing behind it, displays the toys. Ord sits on the settee. Mills, always attitudinizing and self-absorbed, arranges himself on the arm of the settee. Denstraudt and Eve stand right and left of Levan.
Anything new, Bartley?
I took 2 extraordinary German talking dolls to Tollington House last night.
I was there. Oh, those dolls make me laugh so.
Where are they?
Lady Grace kept them.
Oh, confound.
Levan has now distributed some of his toys, hideous spiders, clockwork rats, and various mechanical beasts and birds. The men, with the exception of Sir George, who looks on with staring eyes and open mouth, examine and work the toys and are highly entertained. There is much talking and laughter. Ord rolls on the settee in ecstasy. St. Roch, disappointed over an egg which should produce a chicken but fails to do so.
Here, I say, mine's broken. Give me another.
He drags some other toys and a velvet-embroidered fool's cap out of the box. The fool's cap drops from his hand, falling at Sir George's feet.
What have you found?
St. Roch, placing upon the floor in front of the table a swan drawing a dog-cart.
First class. Look at this.
The men bend forward eagerly to watch the swan applauding its progress. Suddenly, Sir George discovers the fool's cap, snatches it up, and puts it upon his head.
Oh, boy.
The men turn to him in surprise.
Eh, what?
Sir George hops round the ottoman grotesquely. The men laugh.
That's right, dear fella. That's how we like to see you.
Sir George, partly in earnestness, partly in a spirit of mockery.
My good friends, I have become conscious that I am a shocking wet blanket tonight. I have made a poor return to old Ronnie here, to all of you for this farewell pat on the back you so kindly administer. But you know, Ronnie knows, I've been in the blues lately, and in the doctor's hands.
Taking a small phial from his waistcoat pocket.
Look here, a dose of digestive medicine. I ought to have taken it immediately after dinner.
Producing a pill box from another pocket.
A pill to be swallowed at bedtime. It is past my prescribed bedtime now.
Flinging both phial and pill box into the grate.
To the devil with 'em! Ronnie has imparted to me the true, the sovereign cure for all the ills and sours of life. It is to cultivate the tastes and to view the world with the eyes of you light-hearted boys.
Jumping onto the ottoman and seating himself upon the drum.
I am with you, king of you. I call myself to the throne. Miles, don't look so portentous and solemn. You will depress me. Levan, more toys. I command your laugh again, Percival. Denstrud, you monopolize a most precious monkey upon a stick.
Denstrud hands him the toy.
We thank you.
They all laugh, humoring him. Eve stands by the fire.
Out with your treasures, Levan.
Sorry, the box is empty.
Empty? Empty?
Yes.
Taking out a collapsed air ball painted to resemble a human face, with a mouthpiece attached to it.
With the exception of this.
What's that?
Levan, trying with only partial success to blow out the air ball.
You have to inflate it, and it becomes a face, as you see. And then you allow the air to escape, and the face wrinkles and shrivels up.
Wrinkles and shrivels up?
Levan, blowing.
Confound the thing. And then it gives a despairing screech, and collapses. Expires.
Ord, mournfully.
Some bee stuck a toothpick in it last night. It won't go, Bartley.
Awfully sorry. My favorite toy.
Throwing the toy back into the box.
It's a dead 'un.
A dead 'un. Already my reign is shadowed by evil.
Taking off the fool's cap and descending from his throne.
Ronnie, I abdicate.
No.
I recognize a portent. The box is empty, except for the exceedingly uncomfortable emblem with which our friend has just entertained us.
Resigning the cap and the monkey to Denstrud.
Charlie, you rule in my stead.
Laying a hand upon his shoulder.
But even you may read a warning in the wrinkled features of Bartley Levan's favorite toy, upon whom will all the susceptible women in London fix their affections. And how will you amuse yourself, when that smooth, inscrutable face of yours begins to wrinkle and shrivel up? Levan, the spirit of prophecy is upon me. Beware the gout. There may come a time when, still carrying your box of playthings, you limp from house to house, with feet encased in felt boots.
Oh!
And when your merry laugh, Percival, is checked by a rasping, irritating cough.
Shut up, George.
Oh.
Sir George, turning to the fireplace.
Rescue my pill from the ashes, Arthur. It is indispensable, I fear.
Eve and Sir George have a playful struggle at the fireplace. Ord, referring to his watch.
I say, Bartley, it's 11:30.
Don't hurry away. My wife will be home in a minute.
Sorry, Ronnie. I've promised to go on to the Rabbi's.
Ord, rising.
So have I.
The group breaks up. Denstraude and Mills are together. St. Roch assists Levan to replace the toys in the box, and then calls the servant from the billiard room, who takes the box and carries it off. While this is going on, Ord crosses to Sir George and talks to him.
I say, Lamourant, upon my word, you know I'm honestly sorry you're leaving us.
Ah, my dear Percival.
What I want to say to you is this, you know.
Awkwardly, with some feeling.
I wish you'd always keep me posted in your movements.
I will.
Because I should like to send you pick-me-up every week. You might find a difficulty in getting it in Africa or any of those places.
Sir George, taking his arm.
Thanks.
It's a dreadfully amusing paper, never fails to make me almost yell.
They go up to Denstraude and Mills, and are joined by Levan. Eve comes forward. St. Roch, meeting him.
You're not off too?
Eve, referring to his watch.
My dear Ronnie.
Dash the time. It bores my wife so to come home and find me alone. What I mean is...
Mrs. St. Roch will be fatigued.
Never fatigued, I assure you, when friends are here. Don't go, Arthur.
I won't.
First class.
St. Roch joins Levan and Ord, who have said farewell to Sir George. The three ascend the steps. Eve crosses the room wearing a thoughtful look. St. Roch on the steps.
You'll wait to see my wife, George, and Miss Zuliani?
With pleasure, if I may.
Good.
To Denstraude.
You'll stop and see my wife, Charlie?
Delighted.
First class.
To Mills.
Don't go, Adrian.
Mills, laboriously extracting his watch from his fob.
I fear I must take my leave, dear friend.
Oh no, confound.
St. Roch disappears, going after Levan and Ord. Denstraude strolls into the billiard room and knocks the balls about. Mills comes to Sir George.
I wish you an unendurable exile, dear friend. You apprehend the compliment?
Thanks, my dear Miles.
We have been jesting here tonight, yet it struck me there was, at some moments, a strain of significance in our mirth.
So it struck me.
And you seriously seek, dear jaded friend, a means of retaining the savour of life?
Sir George, smiling.
You have the air of a discoverer.
Dear Lamourant, believe me, you moderns lose your relish of things because of the extreme pettiness of your vices.
Really? You would suggest?
A return to the coarse, robust, elementary viciousness of our progenitors.
Not of too remote a period.
No.
Passing his hand through his hair.
I would go no further back than a particular period of the Georgian era.
The time of the Prince Regent, say?
And of Brummel.
Rail on, gentlemen.
Ascending the steps gaily.
Rail on. But though I live to be 90, I shall live.
Come back, Miles.
Not I. I have a meeting to attend at a public house near Shaftesbury Avenue. A few of us are attempting to organize a cockfight in the cellar.
He goes out. Sir George, at the foot of the steps.
Oh, what is to be the next remedy?
But it is a quaint notion, George. Dressing up to restore obsolete vices.
He strolls away, joining Denstrode in the billiard room. Sir George at a table, filling a tumbler from a siphon.
As if vice ever alters. It is only in virtue that there are changes of fashion.
Fay Zuliani appears at the top of the steps, a bewitching creature with a foreign air and foreign grace, and with an accent suggestive of many languages. She is in a theatre cloak and hood, and carries a large bouquet. Her attitude towards Sir George is one of childlike reliance and confidence qualified by a strain of wilfulness. He, on his side, is partly amused and partly embarrassed by the semi-paternal character he is called upon to play. Fay, seeing Sir George, gladly,
"Ah!"
She trips down the steps and joins him. He glances toward the billiard room, putting a finger to his lips.
"Good evening. Did you think we would never return?"
Sir George, smiling at her.
Enjoyed yourself?
"Abbastanza bene."
With a little shrug of the shoulders.
"Pretty well, you know."
Drawing back a step or two to display herself.
"I look very presentable in your opinion? Say something."
Oh, charming, my dear.
"Thank you. I think it extremely kind of you to wait here so late to see me, eh?"
And, Mrs. St. Roche, what a fine bouquet you are carrying.
"Mr. Denstrode sent it to me."
Sir George, frowning.
Mr. Denstrode?
Looking toward the billiard room again.
He is there.
Fay, passing Sir George.
"I will go and thank him prettily, to save myself the beastly fag of writing a letter."
Not beastly fag, Fay. Where did you pick that up?
"At school, Miss Gordon's, while I was finishing. Hardly ladylike, eh?"
Not in the least ladylike.
Fay, making a grimace.
"You were too disagreeable tonight."
She runs into the billiard room and joins Denstrode and Eve. Mrs. St. Roche, who also carries a bouquet, enters and comes down the steps, followed by the Princess Pannonia, Mrs. Sabiston, Mrs. Ware, Maxime Desmailliers, and St. Roche. Mrs. Ware is a curiously striking, fair woman of problematical age, with regular features, large, lustrous eyes, and luxuriant golden hair rolled back from a broad white brow. She is dressed in virginal white. Desmailliers is a gallant-looking, handsome young Frenchman of about 29, speaking English glibly, but with a slight accent. The ladies are beautifully dressed and are wearing their theatre cloaks. Mrs. St. Roche shaking hands with Sir George.
"So pleased to find you here. I have begged the Princess and Miss Sabiston to come in for a few moments."
To the Princess.
"You have seen each other today already."
Princess, smiling at Sir George.
"Yes."
The Princess moves away and talks to Fay, Eve, and Denstrode, who appear on the steps leading from the billiard room. Fay and Eve assist the Princess to remove her cloak. Mrs. Sabiston, advancing to Sir George.
"How do you do?"
"There were 5 acts to the play, and we are dying of thirst. At least I am. Why is thirst so disreputable? But I have ordered some sandwiches for the sake of appearances."
"Sandwiches? Ah, yes. To me, the drama is famishing work."
Mrs. Sabiston joins the other group, She takes off her cloak, and it is placed upon a chair. Mrs. St. Roch, turning to Mrs. Ware and Desmaillet, who have by this time come forward.
Mr. Desmaillet was at the theatre too.
To Sir George.
Oh, do you know my friend, Mr. Desmaillet? And Mrs.
To Mrs. Ware.
Do forgive me, how stupid I am.
Mrs. Ware.
Mrs. St. Roch to Sir George.
Mrs. Ware.
Sir George looks at Mrs. Ware in blank amazement. Gradually, a frown gathers upon his face. Mrs. St. Roch to Mrs. Ware and Desmaillet.
Sir George Lamarant.
The introduction is formally acknowledged on both sides. Then Desmaillet and Mrs. Ware talk to St. Roch. Mrs. St. Roch turns from Sir George and encounters Eve, who is encumbered with the princess's cloak. Sir George moves behind the settee. Mrs. St. Roch shaking hands with Eve.
How do you do, Colonel Eve?
How do you do? I must deposit my most precious burden somewhere. May I take your cloak?
No, thanks.
She turns to Mrs. Ware. Eve places the princess's cloak over the back of the settee. Sir George to Eve quickly.
Arthur, look at that woman.
Woman?
Talking to Mrs. St. Roch.
Eve, seeing Mrs. Ware.
Powers, how does she get here?
She is of the stained glass window pattern tonight. Ronald doesn't recognize her, evidently.
Poor Mrs. St. Roch.
Sir George, seizing Eve's arm.
My dear Arthur, this is simply infernal.
He draws Eve aside into the billiard room. Mrs. St. Roch comes forward, unfastening her cloak at the throat. St. Roch joins her. Desmaillet, the princess, and Mrs. Saveston talk together at the foot of the steps. Fay joins Mrs. Ware, and they sit, side by side, chatting on the settee. Fay removes her own theatre cloak. Mrs. Ware retains hers. Denstrad stands, eyeing St. Roch and Mrs. St. Roch. Sir George and Eve are now out of sight. St. Roch to Mrs. St. Roch, his manner with her always timid and hesitating.
I say, Bella.
What?
St. Roch offering to assist her.
Shall I undo that for you?
Please don't fidget me. What do you want?
Who's this Mrs. What's-her-name?
An acquaintance of Fay's. Fay has skated with her once or twice at the rink and taken a fancy to her. Admires her. Calls her the Madonna.
The rink?
It's quite right. Maxime introduced her to us.
Oh.
They were with a party in a box opposite ours, and Fay asked me to tell Maxime to bring her round.
Denstrad has sauntered towards the settee. She perceives him. They exchange looks. St. Roch, after a glance at Mrs. Ware.
Yes, she does resemble a picture you pay a franc to see in a foreign church.
Go and inquire after the sandwiches. Tell Biddulph a large quantity.
A large quantity?
For Edith. For Edith.
He goes away meekly. She looks round the room to assure herself that the attention of others is not upon her, then moves to the settee. She and Denstrad talk together rapidly in soft, low tones. Denstrad behind the settee.
How are you?
Mrs. St. Roch, tossing her bouquet on the settee and taking off her cloak.
As if you care.
What is wrong?
Mrs. St. Roch, throwing her cloak across the back of the settee.
I hope Miss Suliani has sufficiently thanked you for the bouquet you sent her tonight.
Quite.
What a fool you are making of me.
I?
Or rather, what a fool I have made of myself. To have this pretty young thing about me. To let you meet her here frequently. To let you contrast her day by day with the woman you are becoming sick and tired of.
You're not well, dear. You're doing too much.
Mrs. St. Roch, tearing at her gloves.
As for those paltry flowers...
She tumbles the bouquet to the floor and kicks it under the settee.
As for those flowers, I thought it wise to send 2 bouquets to your box.
Wise.
Prudent. You understand me perfectly well. The look of the thing.
Oh, the look of the thing, by all means. But for the future, send me no flowers. That removes the necessity of making floral offerings to any girl who happens to be staying in my house.
Shh.
Sir George and Eve come out from the billiard room. Mrs. St. Roch to Eve.
Colonel Eve, be good-natured and open soda water bottles for me.
She goes to the table, followed by Eve and Denstrode. The further group is now composed of the Princess, Mrs. Sabiston, Denstrode, Eve, Mrs. St. Roch, and Desmaillet. The popping of corks is heard at intervals. Sir George stands in front of the settee, impatiently watching Fay and Mrs. Ware, who are still sitting together. He is about to advance toward them, when the Princess comes down to him. Princess to Sir George.
I love her.
This girl?
Princess with a nod.
I came home with Isabel in the hope of finding you here, so that I might tell you before I go to sleep that my heart has opened to her already and taken her in. Great heavens! The way in which Rupert looks at one out of her eyes.
My dear Princess, I kiss the ground you walk upon.
By the way, I am afraid I have been guilty of an inexcusable piece of diplomacy.
Sitting and motioning him to be seated.
What do you think I have done?
Sir George, sitting on the settee, facing her.
Miss Zuliani is the most fortunate young woman in the world.
You are not following me. I haven't told you. I go to Paris on Sunday, perhaps sooner. Madame de Trimorel has let me her house until the end of June. Well, I announced to them all this evening in Mrs. St. Roch's box that you have promised to be my guest for a few weeks.
Sir George in horror.
Paris? Tombstones.
Shh, shh, shh. It was really unpremeditated. The thought flashed through me and from me that it was just the plan to enable you, in a plausible way, to settle your niece with me, and to satisfy yourself of her happiness in her new surroundings, and then the pleasure of your society.
Ah.
So now, I leave the rest to you.
You haven't left much to me.
I mean the winning of Miss Zuliani's assent to your scheme, and without hurting Isabel St. Roch. Do you know, I am quieting my conscience with the idea that, for some reason, Isabel will not be very reluctant to part with Miss Zuliani.
Bella. Poor Bella is greatly attached to the child.
And yet tonight, when I asked Miss Zuliani in a coldly friendly fashion to visit me in Paris, it struck me that Bella St. Roch welcomed the suggestion eagerly.
Eve, carrying a tumbler of sparkling water, approaches the Princess. There is a general movement at this moment. Mrs. Ware resigns her place on the settee beside Fay to Mrs. Sabiston and seats herself upon the ottoman. These 3 ladies are waited upon by Desmaillet, who brings them soda water, etc. Mrs. St. Roch sits listening with an expressionless face to Denstrode. St. Roch enters and descends the steps, followed by 2 men servants carrying sandwiches in silver dishes, plates, etc., which they hand round. Of the ladies, Mrs. St. Roch, Fay, and Mrs. Sabiston eat, the rest decline. Eve, behind the table to the Princess.
Princess Apollinaris.
Thank you.
Eve, placing the tumbler on the table.
With ice in it?
Thanks.
Only ice?
She nods and smiles. Eve moves away and joins Mrs. Sabiston. Fay leaves the settee and again seats herself by Mrs. Ware. Sir George, rising and standing near the Princess, speaking to her in a low voice, and watching Mrs. Ware and Fay as he talks.
At any rate, my dear Princess, whatever Mrs. St. Roche's feelings may be in the matter, this girl shall be removed within the next few days. That I have quite resolved.
Princess, looking up at him.
What is it that makes you so determined? You were vague this afternoon. For a little girl, the St. Roche menage, you said.
I admit that hitherto my reasons have been a little vague and undefined, even to myself. But tonight, St. Roche has cleared up a great deal that has been puzzling me in this house lately. He and his wife hold the dangerous theory that life may be made more endurable by throwing open their front door as wide as possible.
With a shrug of the shoulders.
To all the young gentlemen of their acquaintance.
Fie, isn't this the prejudice of middle age? Why is it so dangerous a theory?
Put it into practice, and it, at least, demands a delicate process of selection to which dear old St. Roche is evidently unequal. For instance, who is the man who has come back with you from the theatre?
Mr. Damali. Oh, Damali is a secretary at the French embassy here, I believe. I am inclined to like him.
Nevertheless, I suspect he ought to be kicked, Princess.
George!
Am I right in assuming that he has presented this Mrs. Ware to you?
Yes. What about her?
He shrugs his shoulders again. She looks out of the corners of her eyes at Mrs. Ware and then steadily at Sir George.
What do you mean?
It makes my blood boil to see Fay thrown into the society of a woman of that class.
Princess, after a brief pause, rising, her tone changed.
Get the child over to me at once.
She seats herself on the settee. Sir George crosses to the fireplace and stands, eyeing Fay impatiently. After a little while she perceives him, rises and joins him. St. Roche, coming forward.
Nobody says anything about the new play you've seen tonight. I suppose I ought to try and sit it out myself.
To the Princess.
But I hear it's a rather serious affair, Princess.
Princess, absorbed.
The play.
Rousing herself.
Oh, I found it interesting. It set me thinking.
Thinking? Oh, Lord, I thought so.
To Desmaliers.
What was the acting like?
Ah, I am very fond of everything English, of course. Except your acting. The English cannot act to save their life.
I don't agree with you.
No?
Now, Miss Zuliani.
With an execrable accent.
Voulez me donner votre opinion? Voilà l'opinion de la belle Franco-Italo-Americaine. Ha ha ha.
Fay, crossing to the Princess, casting a glance over her shoulder at Sir George as she goes.
Pardon me, Sir George. I do agree with Mr. de Mailly.
With a faint suggestion of mimicry.
Your English actors and actresses are so frigid, so demure.
Throwing her head back and laughing heartily.
Ha ha ha! My lord, whatever happens, they will stick their elbows to their sides and look.
Seating herself beside the Princess.
Genteel, do you say? If they commit crime on the stage, still you are sure they are really extremely respectable. They murder with the tips of their fingers, as you might express it.
Breaking off, seeing that Sir George is looking at her crossly.
Ah, I think Sir George does not approve of young ladies criticizing so freely.
Sir George, hastily facing the fire, discomforted.
On the contrary.
Mrs. Sabiston, eating sandwiches.
I thought the scene of the dinner party in the second act absolutely ridiculous.
Desmaillet, turning to her.
That pleased me very much. It was short.
Short? Certainly. They couldn't have been more than 5 minutes over dinner. Is it real food that they eat upon the stage? Can anybody inform me?
Mrs. Ware, in soft, measured tones.
Oh, yes. Real food of a kind. I once heard so.
Did you care for the play, Mrs. Ware?
Not in the least. The story of the piece was most distasteful to me.
With drooping eyelids.
In my opinion, subjects of that character are quite unfit for the theatre.
She rises and moves toward Fay and the princess as if to join them. Apparently without observing Mrs. Ware's intention, the princess rises and with her arm through Fay's, moves away with the girl, passing behind the settee and joining Mrs. Roche and Denstraude. Mrs. Ware complacently seats herself upon the settee. Desmaillet goes to her and talks, bending over her. Mrs. Sabiston and Eve now join the further group. The servants have withdrawn. Sir George, who has been sitting, scowling upon the fender seat, jumps up.
Pah!
St. Roche, going to him.
Eh?
Looking into his face.
Put out, dear fella, about anything?
Forgive me, Ronnie, I am sure you will feel as indignant as I do. Oh, more indignant, of course, if that's possible, for you are under your own roof.
Indignant? Certainly, George. What at?
This is a charming lady Mr. Desmaillet has dared to present to Mrs. St. Roche.
Lady? Mrs. what's her name?
Where?
Why, who the deuce?
You've forgotten her, one of the women we found in Sackville Street that night?
Sackville Street?
At that supper Grisbon was kind enough to inflict upon us.
St. Roche, his eyes bolting.
One of those? It ain't. Which one?
The woman who poured the burgundy into the finger bowls.
St. Roche, his hand to his brow.
Good God, of course. What an ass I am. Dear fella, I'm exceedingly obliged to you. Oh, I say, this is too bad.
Fay, near the entrance to the billiard room.
Because I am fond of the table, you understand. I can steeplechase the white into the pool basket and bring the red out, and sometimes I can make a cannon over a hat. Will you bring me a hat? A hat. Yes, I will show you with pleasure.
A hat?
He runs up the steps and disappears. Fay leads the way into the billiard room, followed by the princess, Mrs. Sabiston, and Denstraude. Mrs. Ware rises, passes behind the settee, and stands, leaning against the pilaster, looking into the billiard room. Desmaillet joins her. Mrs. St. Roche is also moving towards the billiard room when St. Roche, going to her in great perturbation, calls her.
Bella?
Mrs. St. Roche, turning to him.
What?
St. Roche, motioning to her to follow him.
I say, Isabel.
Not now, Ronnie.
St. Roche, to Mrs. St. Roche.
Do you know what we've got in the house?
Mrs. St. Roche, eyeing him coldly.
What we have in the house?
Yes, a rum un.
I wish you could be a little less vulgar, Ronald. Explain yourself.
I beg your pardon. This Mrs. Ware, Lamarant knows her.
No.
Recognizes her. One of the most infamous women in London. A shocking bad lot, to put it plain.
Surely you don't mean that.
Don't I?
Mrs. St. Roche, with sincerity.
Oh, George, if this is the case, it is too horrible. I am sincerely sorry.
Eve returns, carrying 2 hats, a felt hat and an opera hat, and goes into the billiard room. Eve, as he descends the steps.
Hat.
Fay, in the billiard room.
A hat, yes, on the table, la.
She has told dear Fay the most pathetic story of the loss of her husband, a missionary preacher in Japan.
Desmailliers comes to Mrs. St. Roche, his cigarette case in his hand.
No one is smoking. Have I permission?
Mrs. St. Roche, with dignity, drawing her skirts away from him.
Maxime. Mr. Desmailliers.
She passes him and joins those who are round the billiard table. Desmailliers simply, looking after her.
I am afraid I have offended Mrs. St. Roche.
Offended Mrs. St. Roche? Yes, and you've offended me, dear fella, and Sir George here. I can't have this, you know.
You cannot have this?
This sort of thing going on. Under my own roof, as Sir George puts it.
Desmailliers looking at Sir George.
As Sir George puts it?
St. Roche, spluttering.
In the presence of my wife and my wife's dearest friends, most refined women, and my friends, gentlemen with honourable notions of conduct. At first I didn't recognise the lady, didn't recognise her.
The lady? Mrs. Ware, are you speaking about?
Certainly. But directly Sir George reminded me, oh, it's atrocious, dear fella.
Reminded you?
'Pon my soul, I can't imagine what the deuce you mean by it.
Desmailliers, calmly but with a frown upon his face.
But wait a moment.
There are murmurs and some slight sounds of applause from the billiard room. Desmailliers goes to Mrs. Ware and touches her upon the arm. Then, in response to a look from him, she follows him as he comes forward.
St. Roche.
To Sir George, who makes a movement.
Ah, I must request Sir George Lamorant not to go away. St. Roche, I have been waiting for an opportunity of speaking a word or two privately to Mrs. St. Roche and to you also this evening. Naturally, I wish you and Mrs. St. Roche, to whom I am indebted for great kindness, to be among the first to know that it is my happiness to be engaged, to be married to Mrs. Ware.
There is a moment's silence, which is disturbed by another ripple of applause from the billiard room. St. Roche, helplessly, to Mrs. Ware.
Exceedingly fond of Maxime, my wife and myself. Of course, we hope you will both be,
St. Roche, will you be good enough to take Mrs. Ware to her carriage?
To Mrs. Ware.
I will come to you in a minute.
With an uneasy little cough, St. Roche offers his arm to Mrs. Ware. She accepts it. Then she turns to Sir George and, with a curious blink of the eyes, bows to him in a manner which is a blend of grace and impudence. Sir George bows in return. St. Roche escorts Mrs. Ware to the foot of the steps, makes way for her to ascend, and follows her out. Desmailliers remains standing, looking at Sir George, who, after another pause, advances.
Mr. Desmailliers, I am extremely sorry, but...
He breaks off with a polite gesture. Desmailliers between his teeth.
You have been making gossip, scandal to Mr. St. Roche concerning the lady who has just left the room.
As St. Roche was about to tell you, I recalled to his mind the circumstance of our having met Mrs. Ware, on a certain occasion.
And Mrs. St. Roche? When I interrupted by asking Mrs. St. Roche whether I might be permitted to smoke, you were taking Mrs. St. Roche into the confidence, eh?
Sir George is silent.
Eh?
Sir George bows. Again there is a pause. Then de Maillet turns to the table and, seizing the tumbler of water which he finds there, flings the contents full at Sir George. For a moment the two men confront each other steadily, without movement. The sudden sound of the click of the billiard balls and of another murmur of applause relaxes the tension. Sir George, glancing toward the billiard room.
Ah, I can't thrash you here.
Sir George produces his handkerchief and coolly and methodically wipes the water from his face and shirt front, and then he buttons his coat across his breast.
I shall seize, I assure you, an early opportunity of resuming this acquaintanceship, taking it up at the precise point at which we now break off.
De Maillet, with a return to frigid politeness.
The sooner the better.
There is a break-up of the group at the billiard table, with the sound of animated talk.
For the present, I leave you to continue your tittle-tattle to the ladies.
He bows to Sir George, ascends the steps, and departs. Sir George goes quickly to the further table, takes up a siphon of soda water and a tumbler, and returns with them to the nearer table on the left. The various persons leave the billiard room. The princess puts on her cloak, aided by Denstraude. Eve, carrying his crush hat under his arm, assists Mrs. Sabiston with her cloak. Mrs. St. Roche stands by them, talking to them. Fay comes to Sir George.
Sir George, why did you not watch me at the table while I was... What have you done to yourself?
Sir George, laughingly playing with the siphon.
Drenched myself with this thing. There it goes again.
My lord, I am very sorry.
Princess, coming to Fay.
Good night, Miss Zoliard.
Good night, Princess.
Princess, holding Fay's hand, looking into her eyes.
I am so glad to know you.
Thank you.
Princess, turning to Sir George.
Good night. Tomorrow at 11.
Good night, Princess.
The princess goes to Mrs. St. Roche. They are joined by Denstraude. Fay fetches her cloak and her bouquet from the settee. Mrs. Sabiston and Eve come to Sir George. Mrs. Sabiston, shaking hands with Sir George.
Let us see you before you leave London.
Of course. Good night.
Perhaps you'll come and eat.
Delighted.
She turns up the stage and meets Fay. They talk. Eve to Sir George.
Are you going to walk?
Surprised at his appearance.
Hello.
Sir George in an undertone.
My dear Arthur, what do you think? I've got to horsewhip a man.
You?
Oh, the most ludicrous mess. Yes, come home with me.
Eve nods, and with Mrs. Sabiston joins the group at the foot of the steps. Fay, her cloak upon her arm and carrying her bouquet, comes to Sir George. St. Roche appears at the top of the steps. One by one, the princess, Mrs. Sabiston, and Eve bid good night to Mrs. St. Roche and Denstraude and depart, preceded by St. Roche. Fay, softly to Sir George.
Good night, Uncle George.
Be in tomorrow afternoon at 3. I shall want to see you.
Ah, you are not going to say goodbye tomorrow?
No, not tomorrow.
Only to scold me for something. Good.
You were right. I don't like to hear you, or any young lady, boldly airing opinions before older people.
I knew. I watched your face. but I was rolling along. I could not stop myself, you understand.
And these tricks on the billiard table, where did you pick those up?
A man taught me in New York, in the hotel we boarded at. He took great pains with me.
Ha!
Fay, looking at him under her eyelashes.
Not ladylike, you think?
Oh.
Not quite ladylike, eh?
No, indeed.
I am so angry with myself. I will not do these things any more.
Ah, don't.
Fay, sighing.
Good night.
There. Good night, you rascal. Sleep well.
Fay, with a nod and a smile.
Always sleep well.
She gives him a final nod and leaves him, shaking hands with Denstrode.
Good night.
Holding up her bouquet.
Thanks again.
Kissing Mrs. St. Roche.
Good night, Mrs. St. Roche.
Good night, dear child.
Fay runs lightly up the steps and disappears. Sir George, shaking hands with Mrs. St. Roche, who is now by the ottoman.
I may come in tomorrow afternoon?
Do.
With a little deprecatory gesture.
I hope you have had a pleasant evening.
Charming.
Shaking hands with Denstrode.
Good night.
Good night.
Sir George descends the steps and goes out. As if oblivious of Denstrode's presence, Mrs. St. Roche crosses to the settee and takes up her cloak. Denstrode, coming to her side.
Good night, dear.
Mrs. St. Roche, turning to him coldly.
Good night.
Come. Be amiable.
Giving a hasty glance at the door, he lays his hand upon her shoulder, as if about to draw her to him. Mrs. St. Roche, pushing him from her angrily.
No, certainly not.
With an impatient toss of the head, he turns away and ascends the steps. Denstrode, on the steps, pausing and looking back.
You cycle at Battersea tomorrow morning?
It's extremely unlikely.
I shall be there at 10. Don't be later.
He kisses his hand to her and departs. She stands quite still, thinking. A servant enters, crosses to the billiard room, and proceeds to cover up the billiard table. Mrs. St. Roche walks slowly to the ottoman and sits, looking into the fire. St. Roche reappears and comes down the steps. She does not turn her head. He goes to the table and mixes some spirits and water. St. Roche, as he mixes the drink.
What do you think that silly infatuated fella's going to do?
Demain?
St. Roche, glancing toward the billiard room.
Shh.
With a nod. He comes to her, bringing her the tumbler in which he has mixed the drink. Mrs. St. Roche, taking the tumbler, her eyes never meeting his.
Well, what is he going to do?
Marry that low woman.
Great heavens! The fool!
Yes, shocking, ain't it?
Mrs. St. Roche, putting the glass to her lips with a languid air.
She has blinded him, I suppose, with some story or other. Or he would hardly have committed the outrage tonight of presenting her to me.
St. Roche, returning to the table and mixing a drink for himself.
That's it. Blinded him. And yet it's almost incomprehensible how a fella can be as blind as all that. Why, the very man in the street.
The servant switches off the lights in the billiard room and comes out of the room. St. Roche, to the man.
I'll switch the lights off here.
The servant goes out.
Well, you had better let him know that he mustn't attempt to come to this house again.
Poor chap.
We can't be associated, however remotely, with such a disgraceful connection.
Of course.
coming down, glass in hand.
I could tell you things I've heard about this Mrs. Ware.
Mrs. St. Roche, rising.
Please don't. I want no details concerning a person of her world.
She ascends the steps slowly, carrying her cloak and her tumbler without looking back.
Good night.
St. Roche, with a wistful glance at her.
Good night.
She departs. He stands for a little while contemplating space, then he switches off the light. The room remains partially illumined by the fire glow. He turns to examine the fire. Apparently assured on that point, he walks, still carrying his tumbler, to the door which is in the center wall, where, uttering a little sigh as he opens the door, he disappears. End of the second act. Act 3 of The Princess and the Butterfly, or The Fantastics, by Arthur Wing Pinero. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The third act. The scene is a spacious, richly decorated room in a house in the Avenue des Champs-Élysées at Paris. At the back are 3 windows draped with curtains and having silk blinds, but the blinds are up and the curtains drawn aside. These windows, outside which jalousies are fixed, open on to a gravelled forecourt enclosed by high railings, over which ivy is trained, while some shrubs and a few dwarf trees are growing there. Beyond the railings is a view of houses situated on the south side of the avenue. Right and left there are double doors leading to other apartments. Between the 2 entrances, on the left, but standing out a few feet from the wall, is a statue of Cupid with bow and arrow, a bank of flowers surrounding the pedestal of the statue. The time is evening. The room is brilliantly lighted by electricity, and the incandescent gas lamps burn brightly in the avenue. The upper doors are open. Lady Ringstead, Lady Chichely, and Mrs. Ugbrook are seated to the right. In the window recess, Blanche Oriel and Fay stand talking together earnestly. Madame Yanikoff and Mrs. Marsh are sitting on a settee, while the princess occupies the chair facing them, her back to the audience. Annis is sitting alone on a settee. With the exception of Mrs. Marsh, Blanche, Fay, and Annis, who are dressed merely for dinner, the ladies are en grande toilette and wear their jewels. 2 servants hand coffee and retire. Just outside the open doors, on the right, 4 musicians in a bright uniform are playing stringed instruments. After the servants have handed the coffee, the music ceases.
And with me also, Winifred. This will be the first function at the Elysee I shall have attended since I was here with poor Ringstead in 78. But I remember.
The princess now comes to the group on the right. Her face is pale. Her eyes are bright and restless. Mrs. Ugbrook rises. The princess, by a gesture, asks her to remain seated.
I was about to recall, Laura, that when I last went to the Elysee I had not dined beforehand so delightfully as you have enabled me to do tonight. Your uncle's rheumatism. Do you feel well?
May I get you some salts?
Don't trouble, dear Miss Ugbrook.
Sitting in the chair vacated by Mrs. Ugbrook.
Thanks, I am perfectly well.
Mrs. Ugbrook joins Blanche and Fay.
Certainly it was a charming thought of yours, dear Laura, to let us dine in this way before going on.
But you have a little overtaxed yourself today, I fear.
Princess, playing with her fan.
Will you be vexed if I ask you to go to the Elysee without me?
Laura!
You will disappoint so many.
Princess, with a smile.
Hardly.
This is that neuralgia again. Now, my dear Laura, radical measures must be taken with regard to this neuralgia of yours.
Yesterday, the English chemist in the Rue Castiglione was showing me a wonderful American nerve cure. It is called...
At a loss.
There now.
It might cure American neuralgia.
I wonder whether Edward remembers the name of the stuff. When the gentlemen join us, I'll ask him. Edward was in the shop at the time, buying scent.
Scent? For his own use?
I gathered so. Frangipani.
Frangipani?
Why not, dear Mary?
Winifred, Laura, something has happened to Edward.
The princess turns her head away and stares at the parquet.
Happened?
This morning I put a question to him as to when this most pretentious of comedies, the International Conference, is likely to conclude its dreary proceedings. His reply was, what do you think?
Lady Chichely shakes her head.
Gazing in a most irritating way into space, he expressed a wish that the conference might find it necessary to extend its sittings. I demanded his reason. Because Paris is so satisfying. Paris, a city I have heard him describe as a vast casino. Have you remarked, too, the general change in his appearance?
Well, now you...
Laura, you have seen a great deal of Edward lately. You must have been struck by the alteration.
I am afraid I am unobservant.
Morning and afternoon, never without a flower in his coat. That can't have escaped you. And as I was saying to Blanche before dinner, there are his collars.
But, Mary, you used to regret a certain lack of outward smartness in Edward.
I admit it, but between that and foppishness...
Foppishness?
Frangipani!
The musicians play again. Blanche sits with Mrs. Ugbrook. Fay crosses to Mrs. Marsh and Madame Yanikoff. The servants collect the coffee cups and withdraw. During the progress of the music, the princess leaves Lady Ringstead and Lady Chichely and goes to Blanche and Mrs. Ugbrook. Blanche resigns her place on the settee to the princess and joins Lady Ringstead and Lady Chichely standing behind their chairs. As the music reaches its finale, Fay comes to Annis.
Well, little mouse.
Oh, Fay!
Why don't you run about, little mouse?
I wish the princess hadn't been so kind as to ask me to come downstairs after dinner. I told Mother how it would be.
And how is it?
I'm half dead with nervousness. The gentlemen come in soon. That's the next thing, isn't it?
Yes, that is the next horrible thing.
Which of them took you to dinner?
Colonel Eve.
Nice, was he?
He bored me.
Bored you?
My lord, he bored me till I felt my scalp a-quivering. Do you know that feeling?
No.
You will some day. Oh yes, there are men alive who will make your skull shrink, they talk so foolishly.
With a movement.
And I wanted to be left to myself this evening, and the house to be quite quiet, so that I might carry out my little plans without difficulty. Annis, poor Fay has a great deal on her mind.
Dear, what is it?
Fay, sitting near Annis.
This reception at the stupid Elysee, happening tonight. This night of all nights. People returning home at heaven knows what hour. Oh, my plans, my plans.
But what plans? Can I help you?
Yes, rather. That is what I've come to ask you. Annis, directly they have all started and the servants have put out these lights, you must creep downstairs and wait for me here where you are in the dark. Wait till I join you, till I turn up. You understand?
Fay, are you up to any more mischief?
Fay, with a nod and a little sigh.
Always, always up to mischief.
Oh!
Come, you will do this, and I will pray for you, Annis.
I have cleared you from several scrapes already by doing underhand thing. I hate it. Supposing I refuse to assist you any more.
Fay, rising, her eyes flashing.
Then I will not pray for you, you wicked girl.
The gentlemen are now appearing.
Irati gentlemen, serve you right.
I'll be there.
Fay, squeezing Annis's hand.
Ketio te Lorenda.
Kara Pasha and Count Ravitsky, Sir Robert Chichely and Sir George Lamourant, Colonel Ugbrook and General Yanikov, Colonel Eve and Edward Oriel enter. Kara is a portly Turk, in the full dress of an officer of the Ottoman army, much decorated. Ravitsky, who is also elaborately decorated, wears the Hungarian diplomatic uniform. Sir Robert Chichely, a fierce-looking, bald old gentleman of 55, is in ordinary evening dress, but is decorated with the badge and star of the Bath. Yanikov wears the full dress of a general of the Russian army. Ugbrook is in simple evening dress, adorned with the CB badge. Sir George, Eve, and Edward Oriel are also in plain evening dress. In Edward's case, the change to which Lady Ringstead has alluded is apparent. A low collar worn in his previous dress has given place to a high one, and his clothes are now fashionably and elegantly cut. Kara Pasha, bowing to Lady Chichely in apology as he passes her, approaches Lady Ringstead.
Lady Ringstead.
Lady Ringstead, rising.
Ainsi vous vous souvenez de moi.
Le souvenir appartient aux hommes. Ils ont tout plus que le faire.
She taps his arm with her fan. They sit together on a settee. Ravitsky advances to the princess. Blanche talks to Sir George. Fay joins a group of the men. Sir Robert comes to Lady Chichely.
Winnie?
Now, Bob, dear, what have I told you?
But I have seen nothing of you all day, Winnie.
Lady Chichely in a flutter.
I cannot, will not allow you to pay me attention. It is most embarrassing, Bob. You positively ought to know better.
Consider the length of time we've been apart.
That's it. What on earth do people think? Pray remember, when we accepted Laura's invitation, you gave me a solemn promise.
Sir Robert, sitting beside her, surreptitiously laying his hand upon hers.
I cannot adhere to that condition any longer.
Lady Chichely, snatching her hand away.
Bob, get up.
Never.
You make me blush.
Rising.
I thought soldiers were men of honour.
She leaves him and sits beside Annis. Sir Robert looks after her disconsolately. A musician detaches himself from his fellows and plays a melody upon the violin. There is an almost general change of position. Fay and Madame Yanikov sit with Sir Robert. Ravitsky seats himself beside the princess on a settee. Yanikov sits in a chair by them. Mrs. Marsh and Blanche are together on another settee. Ugbrook is facing them in a chair. Mrs. Ugbrook sits in the armchair. Sir George stands by her, above the chair, and Eve by Mrs. Marsh. Edward stands in the window recess, his eyes upon the princess. At the finish of the violin solo, after some slight applause, there is another general movement, the signal for which is the rising of the princess and Ravitsky. With the exception of Lady Chichely, who has become lost in thought, and of Sir Robert, who is gazing at her mournfully, all rise. Annis joins her mother. The seat beside Lady Chichely is therefore vacant. Sir Robert crosses to Lady Chichely and takes it. Lady Chichely, hastily rising.
Robert, how dare you?
She moves away, followed by Sir Robert. The musicians have disappeared, and the princess is standing in the doorway, shaking hands with her guests, who are taking their leave. While this is going on, Eve slips his arm through Sir George's, and they talk apart. Eve to Sir George.
At last I've secured you.
You saw me struggling to get to you directly. The ladies withdrew. Phew! Shisheli held me fast by a button to assure me, with a wealth of detail, that Lady Shisheli is one of the most charming women in the world. Well, my dear Arthur, you and the indefatigable de Polignac have concluded the preliminaries.
They were settled late this afternoon at Laurent's.
Fontenay or Courbevoie. Where is the meeting to take place?
At Fontenay, at a spot halfway between the Lac du Mins and the ladies' school on the south side of the railway station.
Tomorrow morning.
An hour before daybreak. Get to bed soon, George.
I shan't be 10 minutes at the Elysee tonight. Have you arranged for a carriage?
De Polignac and I will be waiting for you with a carriage at the corner of the Rue de Boutique at 5:15.
Thanks.
What have you decided to do about the princess?
To hold my tongue. The word duel to a woman suggests all sorts of horrors.
Perhaps you're wise.
The guests have now gone, except Lady Ringstead and Blanche. At this point, the princess disappears, with Blanche and Lady Ringstead, her arm round Blanche's waist. After a moment or two, Mrs. Marsh, Annis, and Fay stroll away, following the princess, leaving the two men alone.
Besides, such an escapade while under her roof, I fervently hope she'll never hear of it. Of course, I shall leave a letter behind me to be given her in case.
Eve, wincing.
Forgive me, old fellow. Is an apology out of the question?
I shall be very happy to receive Mr. D'Malley's.
D'Malley can scarcely apologize for your having broken your walking stick across his shoulders.
That's true.
Laying a hand on Eve's shoulder.
But don't be in the least anxious, my dear Arthur. Accidents seldom occur in these affairs, and as regards this particular affair, I am convinced D'Malley himself will be just as remorseful if his bullet chanced to graze my coat sleeve, as I should be, were I so unfortunate as to wing an angel when I fire into the sky.
Eve, pulling at his moustache.
I dare say you're right.
Sir George, with animation.
Oh, I've pictured it all. I see myself with turned-up coat collar, taking my 12 paces, for all the world like a British police constable upon his beat. I hear de Polignac's high nasal voice giving the signal. The sound is suggestive of Punch. Then there are 2 sharp reports. A few sluggish schoolgirls turned heavily in their beds, and D'Malley and I walk off in opposite directions. I to the enjoyment of quite a decent breakfast at the little restaurant of the Porte Jean. No, my dear friend, the worst aspect of tomorrow morning's grotesque parade is its utter, wilful absurdity.
Absurd? You may well say so.
But there, everything is absurd when you've turned 40.
The princess returns with Mrs. Marsh, Annis, and Fay.
Say good night to your hostess, and come upstairs with me for a few moments. The princess has placed the most charming little salon at my disposal, and I have another startling letter from New York to read to you.
Concerning Miss Zuliani?
Sir George, throwing up his hands.
Toujours Zuliani.
Eve goes to the princess. At the same moment, Fay comes to Sir George.
Uncle George, poor little Annis Marsh is dying to see the water ballet at the Cirque.
Dying, is she? That's very sad.
And we cannot get anybody to take us, you understand.
We?
Fay, after a sly little laugh.
Mrs. Marsh shuts her eyes at the mention of the circus and the princess.
Shrugging her shoulders.
Well, she is continually in the clouds, you know.
If my grey hairs found favor with the authorities, it would give me the greatest possible pleasure.
Oh, you are a good-hearted man.
My days in Paris are numbered, but perhaps there is a matinee early next week.
Yes, a matinee is the proper thing for young ladies, is it not?
Certainly.
Fay, with outstretched fingers and a very wry face.
My lord, always matinee, matinee, matinee.
Eve advances. Mrs. Marsh and Annis, who have moved away from the princess and Eve, now rejoin the princess. Eve, shaking hands with Fay.
I trust I didn't weary you at the dinner table with my stories of Abyssinia.
Very. I could listen to them forever.
Eve goes off with Sir George. Princess to Annis and Fay.
Good night, children.
Kissing Annis affectionately.
Good night, Annis.
Thank you for allowing me to come down tonight, Princess.
Princess, stroking Annis's brow.
Ah!
She kisses Fay less demonstratively. Fay accepts the kiss without much response.
You have tired eyes. You read in your room till early hours, they tell me. You'll regret it when you are my age.
I will not read tonight.
That's sensible. Good night.
Fay, with a stiff body and with fingers again outstretched, goes off with Annis. Princess, to Mrs. Marsh, who comes to the princess.
Evelyn, I want to be left to myself for a little while. Tell the servants they are not to come in here till I am out of the room.
Why? Why are you not going out?
Princess, moving away, opening and shutting her fan.
I am disinclined for a crowd, for wearing a fixed smile for an hour or two. Don't go to bed. I shall be glad of your company when I come upstairs.
Mrs. Marsh moves to the door and stands there looking at the princess wistfully.
That is all, Evelyn.
Mrs. Marsh withdraws. After a short pause, the princess securely closes the lower doors and the upper doors on the left, and, having lowered the blinds as she passes the windows, goes to the upper doors on the right and draws them together without quite closing them. Then she sits, staring before her. Suddenly, turning her head, she listens intently. She composes herself as Edward Oriel enters, carrying his hat and overcoat. He closes the door carefully, deposits his hat and coat upon the settee, and comes to her. She rises, dignified, calm. He takes her hand, bends over it, and kisses it. Princess, withdrawing her hand.
Thank you for granting my request, Mr. Oriel.
Thank me.
Perhaps it is inconsiderate of me to have asked you to spare me a few minutes tonight. You must not be late at the Elsie.
I have some hope of your allowing me to be your escort.
I should have been happy, but there is no Elsie for me tonight.
Princess.
Mr. Oriel.
A slight pause, during which she palpably nerves herself.
It has already been an effort to me to get through so much of this evening. I am uneasy, even unhappy.
Unhappy?
Frankly, I cannot rest, sleep, face people with composure until I have talked to you, reasoned with you on the subject of this madness.
Edward, after a short silence.
Madness?
She sits without speaking.
Madness.
It is 5 days since you spoke to me, is it not?
Yes.
Princess, passing her hand over her brow.
I asked you, I think, to keep silent for a week, to allow no one to suspect your feelings towards me too. To
come to you at the expiration of a week for your answer.
For my answer? Surely that was not my expression.
Your answer. That was the word. Your answer, Princess.
I wish to give you time to reflect. My surprise must have betrayed me into employing so misleading a word.
And your desire that I should have time for reflection now impels you to dismiss me at the end of 5 days.
It has struck me that, after all, I may only be subjecting you to unnecessary suspense. I cannot wait till the week expires.
Something has changed you, Princess.
Why do you say that? What do you charge me with?
With having been another woman 5 days ago.
I repeat, you must have misunderstood.
Misunderstood?
Oh, it was impossible from the beginning.
He walks away and takes up his hat and coat. She rises. He turns to her and bows. She holds out her hand.
Not like that, Mr. Oriole.
He comes to her, takes her hand in his for a moment, and turns away. His head bows.
Poor boy.
Boy?
Oh, I know. I speak comparatively. Pay your court to a girl of 18, Mr. Oriole, and you are man enough. But to a woman of my age...
He turns to her.
Yes, Aunt Mary was right. Humor, that saving grace of life, is indeed denied to you. A man of 6 or 7, is it? 27, and a woman of nearly 40. 40! Oh, dear Mr. Oriole.
Princess, you need not let my youth scare you. Those belonging to me will tell you, I have never been young.
I have been young, and I cannot forget it.
You do yourself injustice. You take no account of your great gifts, of the graciousness of your disposition, the generosity of your heart, the alertness of your mind.
Hush! Your blind admiration invests me with all these fictitious qualities. I am vain, nothing more.
I will not believe that. But if it were true, you would have but to look into your mirror to be satisfied.
What should I see there? You cannot put it into words. I can. I should see a well-preserved woman. Do you know what a well-preserved woman resembles? A harp string strung to its uttermost tension. The string may be in tune, capable of producing most captivating sounds, but the next thing that happens to it is... it breaks.
She walks away and sits with her face averted from him.
I take you at your word, Princess. But let us vary your metaphor. Let us agree that the shadow upon your dial faintly touches the meridian.
She utters a little sound, half laugh, half sigh, in assent.
Come, then. Is this the lesson your experience has taught you? That in contemplating the most critical step in life, an earnest, reflective man is mainly attracted by the lighter endowments of womankind? Ah, no.
You mean you are not so attracted?
I do.
Princess, turning to him, indicating the chair facing her.
Sit down for a moment.
He sits, somewhat stiffly, placing his hat and coat upon the chair between them.
Hearken the truth. Mr. Oriole, you wish to marry me. You are not in the least under the spell of any outward grace still remaining to me. No, you have no thought but for my amiability of temper, my sound qualities of character. Briefly, you desire to be less a lover than a devoted friend, a companion, under the name of husband. Is not that so?
You remember my words?
Now for the truth. When, to use your expression, I dismiss you, I hold out my hand to you in friendship.
Smilingly.
The hand you have 2 minutes previously, slightly scorched with your salute. You come to me, you take my hand, I feel yours tremble. I look up at you. What a woeful face! Your lip quivers. You, the earnest, reflective old young man, the cunning analyst of woman's character, you are at the point of breaking down like a schoolboy.
He makes a movement. She lays her closed fan upon his arm.
I am not mocking you, only opening your eyes. I have nearly finished. What reason did you, in a fit of absent-mindedness, give Aunt Mary for your not wishing to quit this city? Because Paris is satisfying? Really? Tell me now, honestly, if I struck my tents tomorrow, would Paris continue to be satisfying, or would you then prefer to follow my caravan? Honestly.
His eyes meet hers for a moment, then he stares at the ground.
Finally, you know you are attempting to lower yourself to the level of some of the dandies who flit about me here. How come it you are found haunting the shop of the coiffeur and the parfumeur? Why is your coat suddenly of the most modern mode? And why are you, as long as daylight countenances it, decorated with an orchid that must fill our poor butterfly, Sir George Lamorant, with envy? Why is all this?
Princess.
I will tell you, because you are deceiving yourself, because you are not the wise, sober person you pretend to be, because you have, in the old simple fashion, lost your foolish heart, because you are young, young, young.
And because you are beautiful.
Princess, with a graceful shrug of the shoulders, turning from him.
Well, you see.
Yes, you are right. I have been deceiving myself. And you.
No, not me.
Edward, leaning his head upon his hands.
Princess, why, when I would appear to you older than my years, you make a child of me.
Suddenly throwing himself upon his knees before her, clasping her hand and waist.
I love you! I love you! I love you!
Princess, with her hand to her bosom.
For mercy's sake, don't tell me like that.
Forgive me, forgive me.
Forgive you?
Yieldingly, her head drooping over his.
Oh, heaven, I would not have done it otherwise.
There is a moment's silence, then they raise their heads and look at each other. Edward, in wonderment.
Princess.
They rise, she guiltily. She leaves him, he follows her.
Good night, Mr. Oriel.
You would not have it otherwise?
Good night.
Tell me.
I have told you I am vain. You know how my life has been spent these 20 years past. My maturity is not the placid, dignified maturity it should be. There clings to me the aroma of stale girlhood. I admit that I have been fluttered, confused by your profession of love.
He seizes her hand, she releases herself.
But for your own future's sake, if not for the sake of the remnant of self-respect I have left me, oh, please desist.
You will see me tomorrow.
She wrings her hands. He takes up his hat and coat.
Tomorrow.
As?
Your lover. Your lover.
No, I cannot, will not allow you to speak to me of love again. Let us forget. Forget entirely.
Forget.
Princess, standing before him with drooping head.
It would appear strange to our friends, perhaps, were we to avoid each other suddenly. But you must never remind me, by word or look, of this, to me, humiliating interview.
Sir George Lamorant enters, carrying his hat and overcoat. Princess, turning to Sir George quickly.
Ah, you will both be late at the Elsie, surely. Why don't you go together?
I want to speak to you for a moment, if I may.
Edward to Sir George, stiffly.
We may meet in the crowd. Good night, Princess.
Good night, Mr. Oriel.
Edward goes out. Sir George, looking after him.
A reserved, cold-blooded boy, that.
Very.
Pardon me, you look a little...
My head. It doesn't matter.
Sitting.
I am not going out.
So Mrs. Marsh tells me. Poor lady, I'm afraid the Zuliani has been troubling you again.
She's a stony-hearted little plague, a sad disappointment.
It is about her I wish to speak to you, but some other time.
No, no.
Sir George, producing a letter.
I have received another letter today from New York.
handing her the letter.
From the woman who was with the wretched Flavio Zuliani when he died.
Princess, reading the letter in an absent way.
Oh.
We are arriving at the details by degrees. What do you say now?
Of course, that the girl is no more your poor brother's child than I am.
Sir George nodding assent.
No motive is ascribed there, but...
It is sufficiently plain, I think. On the death of your brother's little daughter, another child was found to fill her place, to preserve the claim to the allowance.
Sir George assenting again.
What damned villains there are in the... I beg your pardon.
No, I agree with you.
However, there's one less, since Signor Zuliani has joined the infernal orchestra. Thank God, in any event there is no ground for suspecting poor Fay to be a party to the fraud.
Oh no, George. According to this, Fay herself was only an infant at the time. Part maid, part monkey, she is honorable enough.
Returning the letter.
What are you going to do? Let her know.
I am merely waiting for a communication from Milan, from the priest to whom Zuliani appears to have sent evidence of his rascality. I may find it at the club tonight, and then...
Princess, rising.
She doesn't care for me, but tell her I remain her friend.
Sir George, bowing to her gratefully.
Ah.
And I saw Rupert's eyes looking at me from under her lashes.
Yes, and this is the girl who is to fill the void in your life.
Oh, I am unhappy, George. Desperately unhappy.
She moves away and sits with her back turned to him, wiping her eyes. He throws his hat and coat upon the settee and sits. Sir George not looking at her.
Dear Laura, I am profoundly sorry.
Princess, gazing out the door at which Edward has gone out.
My good friend, the weak, irresolute, doting age of men and women is not youth nor old age. It is our time of life.
Come, you have been firmly affectionate, not weak and doting, in your relations with Fay.
Princess, her eyes upon the door.
Fay, yes, but if I was ever tempted to be weak, with some other person.
With whom?
Princess, fretfully.
How can I tell? Anybody.
Rising as she speaks and taking a few steps towards the door.
I have an odd fear that I am one of those silly women whose destiny it is to struggle and fight to keep their dignity and who, in the end, yield and do something the world calls ridiculous.
Sir George, after a pause.
Laura?
Yes.
Forgive my impertinence, but of course I know how a woman situated as you are is beset on all sides. You give me the idea that you are frightened of being induced some day to forego your liberty, marry again.
She gives him a quick, suspicious look, then comes to him. He rises. Princess, laughing artificially.
Well, many a lonely, dissatisfied woman has made a laughing-stock of herself in that way.
Not necessarily a laughing-stock.
But very often, and lonely man also. Do you never shiver at the thought that, despite your hypochondrous, perhaps because of it, you may yet.
Sir George, laughing.
Fall in love?
Yes.
No.
Injudiciously.
Injudiciously. On my travels with the daughter of an Australian or a South African farmer, a pretty young face under the brim of a tennis hat.
Well?
Heaven spare one from anything of that sort.
Princess, moving away, staring at the ground.
Yes, heaven spare one from anything of that sort.
Laughingly, he takes up his hat and coat and then turns to her. She is standing, self-absorbed, He contemplates her silently for a moment. Gradually his expression and bearing undergo a change.
Princess.
Princess, rousing herself.
Forgive me.
Sir George, inviting her to sit.
If I am not tiring you unmercifully.
She sits, a little surprised. He deliberately fetches another chair and sits near her. She watches him inquiringly.
You have set me thinking.
Smilingly.
I am forbidden the process. Thought is the doorkeeper to dyspepsia. So I discharge my load promptly. Laura, I wonder whether or not it would be well for you and me to marry.
Marry? Whom?
Each other.
Each other?
Pardon my egotism. I have already caught myself reviewing my plans rather frequently of late. The effect of your charming hospitality. What I have asked myself, stripped of poetic accessories, is the prospect ahead of me. Travel, banishment, unrest, continual discontent, ultimately confirmed misanthropy. I have conjured up, too, the dreadful possibility of my returning, in a poor, cowardly way, after many years of wandering, of my dragging myself homeward, reappearing in Bond Street, a decrepit, painfully well-groomed, shriveled, ghastly, starched Rip Van Winkle.
Shuddering.
Oh, Laura, as the Zuliani would say, my lord.
She laughs again, weakly, hiding her eyes with her hand.
Now for yourself. Place aux dames. Yes, for are not the choice fruits of the earth always served last? What is your case? I'll not restate it, except to remark that life appears to have evolved suddenly a new terror for you, the fear that, should you ever remarry, your marriage might be an ill-judged one.
I have these queer fancies at times.
Well, suppose you and I became husband and wife. I am sufficiently your senior. You are rich. I am far from the state of a beggar. The world could not throw up its hands in surprise. Would it not be, in all ways, a suitable match? We both suffer morbidly, fantastically, it may be, but we suffer. Should we not find in each other a cure? You dread being tempted to marry unwisely. No such temptation, I believe, is likely to befall me. But at any rate, your honoring me as I propose would make both safe.
Safe?
What do you say?
Princess, her eyes closed.
We should not naturally love each other.
At our age, I suppose there is no love but in folly.
She makes a movement.
Forgive me the expression, our time of life was your own.
She assents by a nod.
I speak, of course, of passionate love. Otherwise...
Rising.
Am I quite outside the reach of your tender regard? As for passion, let us make ourselves believe that we would not be 25 if we could. Passion! My dear Laura, has it ever happened to you to stroll through a garden on the morning following a great letting off of fireworks? Oh, the hollow, blackened shells, the spent cartridges trodden into the turf. You should at least be spared the contemplation of that. But you and I are already fast linked by many associations, and sympathy is affection. Certainly in that spirit I love you most sincerely.
Princess, in a strange voice.
Say 3 times you love me.
3 times?
I love you thrice.
Sir George, as if repeating a lesson.
I love you. I love you. I love you.
She throws her head back and breaks into a peal of hysterical laughter.
I distress you?
Yes.
Perhaps you will let me refer to the subject again.
Taking up his coat.
In a few days? Next week?
She rises and goes to him, laying a hand upon his arm.
You are right. It would make us both safe. I want to feel myself in a harbor.
Sir George taking both her hands in his.
Ah.
Princess drawing back, frightened.
Oh, but you mustn't hurry me. I must have time to consider.
Everything shall be as you wish.
Time to decide.
Why not? How long? A month?
Princess nodding.
A month.
Then a month from today. 30 days.
31 days.
Sir George with a bow.
You will come to me, and either lay your hand in mine, or shake your head at me severely. In the meanwhile, we will let the whole matter be our secret.
Yes, yes, our secret.
Drawing back.
Because I may say no to you, remember.
Sir George taking up his hat.
Well, I may at least flatter myself that I am bound to you for a month.
Princess relenting.
And beyond that, really. Only I want to familiarize myself with the idea.
There is a gentle knock at the door.
Qui est là?
Mrs. Marsh's voice is heard.
Are you alone, Princess?
One moment.
To Sir George in a low voice, giving him her hand.
Good night.
Sir George retaining her hand.
How extraordinary. You and I.
Perhaps.
Certainly, perhaps.
I seem to trifle with you, but it will be in all probability, as you desire.
Sir George looking at her affectionately, but with a smile playing about the corners of his mouth.
Thanks, Laura. Good night.
Princess shrinking almost imperceptibly under the steadiness of his gaze.
Thanks, George. Good night.
He goes out. After a short pause, during which she remains motionless.
Come in.
Mrs. Marsh enters and stands looking at the princess hesitatingly.
Well, Evelyn?
Am I wrong to hang about you so? But I can't help feeling concerned.
Concerned?
Mrs. Marsh approaching.
I have watched you during the past week.
Really?
I mean, I have noticed you are not yourself. Something is worrying you to death.
Princess leaning heavily upon Mrs. Marsh's arm.
Oh.
What is it?
Princess, her head drooping upon Mrs. Marsh's shoulder.
Am I cross with you? A vixen?
Never.
Princess whimpering.
I am. Oh, some day I'll confide in you. Oh.
Why do you remain down here? Come upstairs to your piano.
Princess pacing the room.
No.
Mrs. Marsh going to her, putting an arm round her.
It suits you. We will play to each other. You shall sing to me.
Leading her towards the door.
I'll not leave you till you are quite tired.
Tell the servants this room is now vacant.
Mrs. Marsh goes to the bell rope and rings.
Evelyn?
Yes?
Princess staring before her.
31 days hence. What date does that bring one to next month?
A servant enters.
Pardon, Madame la Princesse. C'est Monsieur Auriel qui revient demander à Madame la Princesse de bien vouloir lui accorder encore une entrevue de quelques instants.
Mr. Auriel?
To the servant.
Mais oui, Victor, Polsque Monsieur Auriel les demande.
The servant withdraws.
Why should Mr. Auriel come back? Nothing has happened, I hope.
The servant re-enters with Edward. Edward stands looking at the princess. Princess To the servant,
Victor,
Madame?
vous pouvez revenir dans 5 minutes.
Bien, Madame la Princesse.
The servant retires. Edward comes forward. Princess, to Mrs. Marsh.
Open the piano in my room. Get me out a volume of Berlioz.
Mrs. Marsh goes out. After listening for the closing of the door, the princess sits, looking at Edward with cold dignity.
You will find this almost inexcusable, I fear. But I've been watching the lights here. I thought you would perhaps permit me to say farewell to you.
Farewell.
I cannot see you, meet you, and obey the conditions you impose upon me. I shall beg my chief to let me return to London tomorrow, and then I hardly know. But I must go.
You are the best judge of your own strength.
I have no strength in this.
Your chances in life will in no way suffer, I hope.
Thank you.
What a pity, what a pity.
And so, Princess, I wish you simply, gratefully, devotedly, farewell.
After a short silence, she rises.
You are young and by, but I would not have you dismiss me from your memory altogether. Farewell.
Standing away from him, with her hands behind her back and with closed eyes, she inclines her face towards him. He puts his lips to her brow. They remain quite still for a moment, then she sinks into the chair which is behind her. Edward, bending over her.
You are faint.
The room is hot. I'll join Evelyn.
He hesitates, puts his hat aside, and, going to the window, draws up the blind and opens the window. Then he returns to her. She rises unsteadily, holding on to his arm, and walks a step or two towards the window for the air. The piano is heard, the sound coming from above and entering at the open window.
That is Evelyn.
Should I send for her?
Princess, looking at him dully.
Eh?
Should I send for Mrs. Marsh?
She makes no answer, but continues to look at him. Suddenly her eyes dilate.
Edward.
Princess.
Do not go away for a month.
What do you mean?
Continue to be a friend to me for a month.
It is impossible. Near you or away from you, I must always be your lover.
Yes.
Never again can I be simple friend.
Then, if it be so, would you rather go now and love me from afar, or stay and love me near for a month?
I don't understand.
Playing at happiness and youth for a month.
I'll stay.
A month. I swear it shall be no longer, not a day longer.
As you will.
Can we begin too soon? You have never seen my nest. It is still early. You can come upstairs and hear some music.
Edward, taking up his hat.
Yes.
Evelyn and I will entertain you with Berlioz and Saint-Saëns. Will you breakfast here tomorrow? There will be people, but you and I can watch each other over the flowers.
They go off together. After a short pause, two servants enter and proceed methodically to close the jalousies at each window, securing them from the inside. They then shut the windows, bolting them carefully, glance around the room, and withdraw. When the last window is closed, the sound of the piano ceases. Directly the servants have retired, the lights go out suddenly, and the room is plunged into almost utter darkness. After a moment or two, Annis softly opens the lower doors on the left, enters, closes the doors, and creeps in on tiptoe and stands waiting. There is another brief pause, and then Fay, dressed in a domino which completely conceals her figure, steals in at the opposite doors.
Annis! Fay!
Fay, approaching Annis breathlessly.
At last.
Yes? What?
Attends.
Pointing to the window.
When I go out there, you must bolt the jasoli after me and shut the window fast. Then, are you very sleepy, dear?
Yes. No. I don't know.
Because whenever you are quite sure all the people are back and the house is really settled, you must creep down again, unlock those doors if they should be locked, open the window and unbolt the jasoli, so that I may have no difficulty in getting in. You understand?
Going.
Good night.
Annis, following her, clutching her arm.
Faye! Where are you going? You shall tell me or I won't.
Hush!
Drawing her hood over her head.
I am going to the ball mask at the opera house.
Oh!
Shh!
Whom with?
With Blanche Oriel.
Miss Oriel?
On the quiet, you understand.
You are sure to be found out. The concierge.
Faye, opening the window.
That is all right. Monsieur Gautreau is a great friend of mine.
But, who chaperones you?
I chaperone Blanche.
As Faye is unbolting the jalousie, the princess's voice, singing to the accompaniment of the piano, is heard. Faye, drawing back.
What's that?
The princess.
Faye, unbolting the jalousie.
She is married this evening, for her. Well, so shall I be, for me.
Annis, throwing her arms about Faye.
Don't go, Faye. Dear, don't go.
My lord, how you shake.
Kissing her.
There. Que la Madonna ti assista.
Faye passes out. Annis closes the jalousie. End of the third act. Act 4 of The Princess and the Butterfly, or The Fantastics, by Arthur Wing Pinero. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The fourth act. The scene represents a smaller room in the house of Princess Pannonia in the Avenue des Champs-Élysées and shows from the windows the same prospect as seen in the previous act. The room is daintily decorated in white, and the furniture is charming and tasteful. On the left are double doors opening onto a passage, while on the right is a single door admitting to a bedroom. At the back are two windows recessed over which the curtains are drawn. The room is dully lighted. Ashes of a wood fire lie in the fireplace. Sir George Lamourant is seated at the writing table writing a letter. He is wearing a frock coat and a cravat which covers his shirt front. His shirt collar and cuffs are the only spots of white in his dress. Otherwise, he is entirely in black. Falding, Sir George's servant, enters from the bedroom, a lighted candle in his hand, carrying also a silk hat, an overcoat, and a pair of gloves, which he deposits in various places. Falding wears a white handkerchief round his neck in place of a shirt collar, and generally has the air of a man who has interrupted his rest and is going to bed again.
Falding?
Yes, Sir George?
Attend to me very carefully.
Yes, Sir George.
This letter I am writing is to the Princess Pannonia.
Yes, Sir George.
I shall leave it addressed and sealed.
Pulling out and closing a drawer which is in the table.
In this drawer.
Falding, arranging the overcoat over the upper end of the settee.
In that drawer, Sir George.
I don't anticipate that I shall be detained by the friend I am going to see, but should I not have returned by midday, I wish you to take this letter out of the drawer and deliver it yourself to the Princess Pannonia. Midday.
12 o'clock, Sir George.
Sir George, resuming writing.
However, I fully expect to be back again by 10, 11 at latest. I am sorry to have had you out of bed at this hour, Falding. Thank you.
Falding, taking his candlestick from the mantelpiece.
I beg pardon, Sir George.
Eh?
I grieve to see, Sir George, that you are in mourning. We haven't got very much deep mourning clothes here, Sir George.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Brushing a speck of dust from his sleeve.
A mere mark of respect to the friend I am going to visit. Good night. Good morning.
Good morning, Sir George.
Oh, Falding, what did I do with the letter I brought home from the club last night?
Falding, at the door.
Letter, Sir George?
I want to enclose it in this.
I haven't yet emptied the pockets of your dress coat, Sir George.
Ah, of course. It is in the breast pocket.
Rising, stopping Falding, who is about to recross the room, and taking up the lamp.
Don't trouble. Get back to bed.
Thank you, Sir George.
Falding goes out. Sir George, carrying the lamp, disappears into the bedroom. The room is now in complete darkness. After some moments, Fay enters hurriedly, closes the door, and stands listening breathlessly. She is still in her domino. Suddenly alarmed by a sound in the passage, she utters a half-stifled cry of fright and crouches down in front of the settee. After remaining in this position for a little while, she turns her head sharply towards the bedroom door, as if startled by a sound coming from that direction. She rises, hesitates for a moment, then conceals herself behind the curtains at the window. Sir George re-enters, the lamp in one hand, a letter in the other. He replaces the lamp and lays the letter upon the table. There is a knock at the door.
Who is that?
Falding re-enters, candlestick in hand, looking a little scared.
Hello?
Falding, glancing round the room.
I really beg pardon, Sir George.
What?
The most extraordinary thing, Sir George. On leaving you, I went along the corridor to the main staircase, not wishing my boots to be heard on the servants' stairs, there being no carpet. I had barely ascended 2 or 3 steps towards my floor, Sir George, when I detected a rustle. Shading my candle with my hand, I looked over and saw a figure in black, Sir George, creeping up from below. Suddenly the figure catches sight of me and scurries away along the corridor. If it's all right, Sir George, of course I really beg pardon again.
If what is all right?
The figure, Sir George, it's in here.
Here?
I see it disappear through these doors, Sir George.
Sir George, looking round the room.
You must have been mistaken.
Falding glances at the window curtains. Sir George goes promptly to the curtains behind which Fay is concealed. Falding, with less decision, to the curtains at the other window. A hand grasps Sir George's arm appealingly. He closes the curtains sharply. Falding, turning away from the window.
Nothing, Sir George.
Sir George, coming to him.
Nothing.
Falding, drawing his hand across his brow.
I am extremely sorry, I'm sure.
You see, you have been mistaken. Go back to bed at once. Don't disturb me again on any account.
Falding withdraws dejectedly. Sir George stands at the open door for a moment or two, watching the man's retreat. Then he closes the door carefully.
Fay!
There is no response.
You are at your tricks again, I suspect. Can't you show yourself?
Fay, emerging but remaining at the curtains shamefacedly.
Oh, yes.
What is it you are wearing? A domino?
Yes.
Why?
I am just seeing how I look in it.
At 4:30 in the morning?
Yes.
Thank you.
He returns to his seat at the table and resumes writing. Uncomfortably, she comes down to the chair and sits, facing the empty fireplace.
I am not a liar. I have been to the ball mask at the Opera House.
Good heaven!
Oh, yes, good heaven, good heaven, good heaven. Heaven is very good, no doubt, but it does not provide me with sufficient amusement.
With whom have you been to the ball?
I shall not tell.
He rises and approaches her indignantly. She says quickly,
With Blanche Ariel.
He pauses.
I persuaded her. You will not give her away?
No.
Nor me, eh?
Sir George, sitting upon the settee, leaning his head upon his hands.
No, Fay, I won't give you away.
Fay, drawing a deep breath.
Thank you.
Twisting her chair round to face him with a restored confidence and renewed volubility.
You see, I should have been home hours ago. Hours ago, you understand. But in the first place, our Gaucher was drunk.
Oh.
Be reasonable. You cannot expect a sober Gaucher at 3 a.m. And in the second place, Blanche had made a stupid muddle of her arrangement for letting herself in.
Had she indeed? And how did you get in, may I ask?
The window, Grand Salon.
The concierge?
A very great friend of mine.
Sir George, rising and walking about in a rage.
Poor little Monsieur Ganton. You will not give him away, eh?
Sir George, returning to the settee and sitting again.
Oh.
Ah, it is I who should moan and groan, to meet your fool of a man on the stairs at this hour and to be chased like a rabbit.
Looking round.
I knew I was at the door of your petite salon, but why are you up so soon?
I am going to see a friend in the country, and I want to be back early.
That's right. My lord, it is slow when you are out of the house.
Leaning back in her chair and stretching out her feet lazily.
Ah.
After a pause.
Uncle George, have you a cigarette to spare?
He has been sitting in an attitude of thought, with his head bowed. He is now staring at her feet.
Just one, eh?
Sir George, looking up at her steadily.
Fay, what costume has Miss Oriel worn tonight at the ball?
Fay, unsuspectingly.
Costume?
Suddenly withdrawing her feet and laughing roguishly.
Ah, I know what you are driving at. You mean, what costume have I been wearing at the ball?
Turning her chair away and huddling herself up in it.
When you have finished giggling rather insanely.
Fay, peeping at him over the back of the chair.
You will not give me away.
I have answered that question already.
She slips out of her domino and stands up before him, posing herself with an arm upon the back of the chair and looking down upon him wilfully. She is in the dress of Harlequin. Her mask and hat are suspended from her belt. He stares at her. Fay, demurely.
Do you like it?
Sir George, with set teeth.
You?
He rises and walks away to the window. There he draws the curtains, opens the window, and looks out. The light is the cold light which precedes dawn. Fay, with a shrug of the shoulders.
Angry?
Don't ask me.
Fay, after a little pause.
Oh, I don't care. Everybody is against me, you know.
Cocking her hat upon her head and adjusting it with the aid of the mirror.
Non mi importa. Lasciatemi godere la vita. This world is made to be lived in.
Trailing her domino after her, she goes toward the door. He turns sharply and comes down to her with a look in his eyes that is almost fierce. Sir George, laying his hands upon her shoulders.
You fool! You fool!
Faye, shrinking from him, crouching over the chair, frightened.
Hi.
You willful fool! You are intent upon driving every would-be friend away from you. The princess, the best of friends. What future are you storing up for yourself? The brightest chances are offered to you. All that is asked of you in return is that you should try honestly to subdue the instincts bred by a vagabond life, that you should at least imitate the women you have come to dwell amongst. You are clever. You can parrot and ape well enough when you choose, and you have known what it is to want.
Gripping her arm and shaking her.
And yet now, in your time of prosperity and plenty, you must needs be perpetually on the search for opportunities of degrading yourself. Degrading yourself!
Lasciatemi andare! Lasciatemi!
Releasing herself with a cry of pain.
Oh!
Facing him defiantly.
No, no, no! I am too old to beat now.
Sir George, going back a step or two.
Beat?
Beat! This is not the Porta Ticinese at Milan.
Milan?
Where we lived. Phew! For a moment you made me think I was 8, 10, 12 again. Ah, your eyes looked like Flavio Zuliani's when he stood over me with his stick in his hand. You men are all alike. Bonsoir.
She gathers up her domino and turns boldly to the door. He bars her way, standing before the door.
Wait a minute.
No. Let me pass, please. You have no right to behave so, though you are my uncle.
Faye?
Faye, tapping her foot upon the ground.
Well?
You are mistaken. We are not related, you and I. You are not my niece. You are not my brother's child.
Faye, staring at him.
What do you say that for?
It is the truth. Listen, to begin with, Flavio Zuliani is dead.
Dead?
He died in New York about 5 weeks ago.
Dead? Flavio dead?
Slowly she backs away from him and sits on the window stool below the table.
Poor old Flavio.
Laying her hands upon her breast and muttering,
Ave Maria gratia plena, Sancta Maria Mater Dei, ora pro nobis peccatoribus nunc et in hora mortis. Flavio told me once he didn't want to die.
He had a fall in the streets, and erysipelas supervened. On his deathbed he made a confession to the woman who nursed him. She urged him to send a written statement, with any proofs he could adduce to support it, to his old confessor at the church of St. Eustorgio at Milan.
Padre Antonio.
Entreating Father Antonio to put right, as far as possible, whatever wrong had been done. I have been waiting to receive a communication from Father Antonio before speaking to you. It reached me late last night.
Well, tell me.
My brother's daughter died a baby, 3 years old, in Naples. It wasn't convenient to Zuliani just then to forego the...
turning away.
Oh, fill in the blanks, child.
The allowance.
Sir George, going back to the window and looking out.
Yes, Faye.
Faye, but I am not Faye. Who am I?
Your mother was a niece of Zuliani's.
Is there anybody alive belonging to me?
No.
Faye, glancing at him, then staring into space again.
And you? You? I am nothing to you now, then.
We are friends. Friends. Of course you will continue to be Faye, and you must never cease to regard me as your friend.
Taking up the letter he has brought from the bedroom.
Father Antonio's letter gives us your real name.
He stands at the table looking through the letter, She puts her hand to her brow confusedly. In doing so, she touches her hat. She takes off her hat, looks at it blankly, and lets it fall to the ground.
Lucia Bresca.
Looking down upon her.
Lucia, it would be impossible. The name her English mother gave my brother's little child seems to have been invented for you, Fay.
She raises her eyes to his, then drops them quickly. She is still holding her domino. She now resumes it, drawing it around her uneasily.
Well, I have had a very good time since I left Flavio, thanks to you.
Drawing a deep breath.
Everything comes to an end, soon or late, doesn't it?
To an end. Why, what difference need this discovery make to you?
Eh?
Except in regard to your relationship to myself. All may be as before. As for your future, when I first projected going abroad, I provided for that. And while I live...
Oh, no, thank you.
What do you mean?
I am Lucia Bresca now. Nothing whatever to you.
With an exclamation of impatience, he turns away and paces to and fro.
I mean it, I assure you. I can always earn my living at the piano. At the school you sent me to, they told me that.
Piano?
Fay, leaning upon the mantelpiece with a little sigh.
I am sorry I was so troublesome at school. Does the princess know?
Yes, but she, like myself, has been waiting for Father Antonio's letter. She also remains your true friend. And oh, my dear girl, why risk losing the princess's good-will by such outrageous pranks as this? It was the thought of your egregious folly that made me rather brutal to you a minute or two ago. Play the piano, earn 6 pence an hour at it? But don't trifle with such a heaven-sent gift as the Princess Pannonia's friendship. I gripped your arm very tightly, I am afraid.
A little.
I am like all even-tempered devils. We break out but once in 10 years, and then... You see, I have really been angry with you ever since we came to Paris. You have been conducting yourself so exceptionally badly. My rage has been pent up until at last... But I hurt you. I have no excuse. I apologize, my dear.
To me? Oh, no.
Oh, forget it.
Giving her the letter he still holds.
You had better look through this letter at once. I am sending it to the princess.
She takes the letter and begins reading it.
I have some other letters in the next room, from the woman who was with Giuliani when he died. I'll give them to you. You can examine them at any time.
Carrying the lighted candle, he goes to the bedroom. She is intent upon the letter he has handed her. To decipher it more easily, she moves to the front of the table and holds it under the light of the lamp. When she has finished reading, she sits in Sir George's writing chair, her elbow upon the table, her head resting upon her right hand, thinking. Her left hand, in which is Father Antonio's letter, hangs by her side. Gradually her eyes travel to the letter which Sir George has been writing to the princess. She is staring at it as if fascinated when Sir George returns, carrying a little packet of papers. Sir George, blowing out the candle and replacing it on the mantelpiece.
Here they are.
Turning to her, realizing what has happened.
Fay?
Fay, rising, her hand to her brow.
Oh.
Sir George, going to her side, pointing to his letter to the princess.
You have been reading that letter? My letter to the Princess Pannonia?
I saw some words. I couldn't help it.
It is my fault. I ought not to have allowed it to lie here open.
What are you going to do? Oh, what are you going to do?
Take part in a most ridiculous ceremony, that is all.
But a duel?
A pretty duel.
With Mr. de Mailly.
My dear girl, I shall be back again before you are out of your first sleep.
Faye, gripping his arm.
Sleep? I go to sleep. Oh, suppose.
Sir George, wincing.
Ah, you are revenging yourself upon my arm.
She leaves him, walks away unsteadily, and stands clutching the back of the chair.
Faye, it is not at all likely that necessity will arise for delivering my letter to the princess. Indeed, I am most anxious that she should never know of this foolish excursion of mine to the Bois de Vincennes. You understand? I trust you. You have to keep this matter entirely to yourself.
Yes.
Sir George, giving her the packet of letters which he has brought from the bedroom.
Take these and creep away to your room. The corridors will be full of daylight soon.
Glancing at the window.
Here is the dawn.
Faye, turning her head towards the window mechanically.
Dawn.
Sir George, looking into her face steadily.
How pale and haggard you are. Some of you women squander your beauty, as some gamblers do their money, for mere excitement. You are rich, but don't play so recklessly, Faye. You rascal.
He gazes at her lingeringly and silently for a moment or two longer. Then he rouses himself as if to shake off a spell and moves away to the table, where he proceeds to enclose and to seal his letter to the princess.
When are you going?
Directly. I have addressed and sealed this letter.
My window does not look out onto the street. May I watch you from here?
Certainly, if you choose.
Why are you meeting Mr. de Mailly?
The quarrel arose out of his bringing a certain lady to Mr. St. Roch's, a lady I didn't care to have you thrown with.
To have me thrown with? Me? Oh, then I am the cause.
No. It was an insult to every other decent woman present, of course.
I remember, and I asked him to bring that lady to Mrs. St. Roch's box.
Wringing her hands.
Upon my word, I thought she was very nice. Oh.
He deposits his letter to the princess in the table drawer, looks at his watch, hurriedly places it in his pocket, and takes up his overcoat. She lays her hands upon the coat to assist him.
No, please don't.
She sinks onto the settee, burying her face in the cushion with a moan.
Faye, I tell you that this meeting with Mr. de Mailly is the merest farce. A stupid display to satisfy a vain young gentleman who has been cut across the shoulders.
Faye, suddenly turning to him and clinging to him.
Ark, listen. I owe everything to you. All the happiness I have ever had. You took me from Flavio, a dog's life, a beast's life, and tried to make the world like heaven to me. And when you found out I am not related to you any longer, you do not want to kick me back into the gutter. You tell me this meeting with de Mailly is nothing. Very well, then. I tell you that if anything happened to you now, I should die. You hear? Die. No, you are not related to me, but wherever you are, and wherever I am, I shall always be your servant. You understand? Your servant. And you are my master.
Falling upon her knees and crouching at his feet.
I am grateful. I am grateful.
Sir George, lifting her from the ground quickly.
Faye.
She sobs, and her head drops upon his breast.
I am late. I must go.
She slowly lifts her head. Their eyes meet, and then their lips.
I will wave my hand to you.
He takes up his hat and gloves, and without looking at her again, goes out. She stands at the open window, the light of the dawn upon her face. End of the fourth act. Act 5 of The Princess and the Butterfly, or The Fantastics, by Arthur Wing Pinero. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The fifth act. The scene represents a dense, overgrown orchard. The fruit trees, old and gnarled, grow at irregular intervals from each other. At the back, through the trees, is seen a cottage standing at considerable distance from the spectator. Nearer to him there is a tree, under the boughs of which a square or oblong table is laid for a meal. The table cover is of a coarse kind, and the things upon the table are, for the most part, humble in character. Beside the table there are 2 rush-bottomed chairs and a basket-work chair with arms. Close by is another tree, also the remains of an old stone and plaster wall, representing the ruins of another cottage. The time is morning in early spring. The trees are in blossom, and the scene is full of sunlight. Falding is arranging the things upon the table. An old man, a peasant, stands by him, giving assistance. An old peasant woman approaches, carrying some plates and a covered dish. She hands the dish and the plates to Falding, who sets them upon the table. Sir George Lamourant comes along, leaning upon the arm of Maxime Desmaillet. Sir George carries his right arm in a sling. His face is pale, and his step rather feeble. He has the air of a man recovering from an illness. Sir George to the old people.
Bonjour, Miss Amie.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Sir George to Falding.
Mr. Desmaillet will look after me, Falding.
The old people withdraw. Falding follows them. Sir George sits in the chair near the table. Desmaillet attends upon him, helping him to fish, etc.
So you must return to London tonight, Maxime.
I am sorry to say, yes.
Going to the left, with a bottle of wine and a serviette in his hand, and looking into the distance.
But I shall be with you again very soon.
Good. Are you expecting anybody at this hour?
Desmaillet, disconcerted, returning to the table, wiping the mouth of the bottle vigorously.
No, not particularly.
Barely midday. It is somewhat early yet for our friends.
Wine?
Thanks.
Desmaillet pouring out wine.
One thing I'm thankful for, to see you so well before I leave.
Sir George, eating.
It would be extremely ungrateful of me, were I not well.
Desmaillet, behind Sir George, a hand upon his shoulder.
Ah, my dear fellow, let me tell you, you are very kind, very forgiving.
Don't be an idiot, Maxime.
Desmaillet, walking away.
Ah.
What on earth have I to forgive you for? I have to forgive you for carrying me, after my mishap, to a retreat so beautiful that the mere recollection of a city chills the heart. I have to forgive you for tending me in my sickness, like a brother, like a sister. I have to forgive you for some days, all too short of delicious pain.
Desmaillet, among the trees.
Delicious.
Delicious? Why, what is it to be hung over devotedly by half a dozen charming women?
Desmaillet, kissing his hand to the air.
Ah, the Princess Pannonia.
And Lady Ringstead, severe but tender-hearted. Miss Auriel, winsome and merry.
And Miss Zuliani.
And Miss Zuliani.
Laying down his fork.
And Miss Zuliani.
Mrs. Marsh.
Certainly. And good Mrs. Marsh.
Resuming eating.
And little Miss Annis?
Desmaillet again looking expectantly into the distance.
Miss Annis, yes. Annis.
Coming and leaning against the tree under which the table is placed.
My good friend, I want to inform you.
Of what?
That lady, Mrs. Ware.
Ah?
It is true. She has gone away to St. Petersburg with...
Shrugging his shoulders.
A friend of hers.
I thought you were going to say, of yours.
I wrote to her.
Taking a note from his pocket.
And she replies...
Reading.
Dearest Max, why did you not explain to me at first that our marriage in England, or anywhere, without your mother's sanction, would have thrown you upon your own resources? A young man depending upon his own resources can have no existence for me. You have wasted my time. I shall forgive you when I have forgotten you. What an infatuated fool I have been.
Yes, Maxime.
And because of this lady, you have been made to endure a month of...
Dreams.
Dreams?
Annis and Fay approach in outdoor apparel. Fay's manner is now changed. She is very gentle and subdued. Sir George rises. Annis, shaking hands with Sir George.
Good morning.
Shaking hands with Desmaillet.
Good morning.
Desmaillet takes off his hat to Fay, while Sir George goes to her and shakes hands with her.
We have come by train with Sir Robert and Lady Chachelle. They walk so slowly, we gave them the slip. We walked a little quicker.
To Sir George.
Oh, we are disturbing you at your breakfast.
Not at all.
Desmaillet walking away with Annis.
Let us leave him to finish his breakfast.
Sir George, returning to the table, taking up a plate upon which are an orange and a knife.
Traitor, who is to peel my orange?
The doctor has not ordered you an orange.
He and Annis wander away. Fay, taking the plate from Sir George.
Shall I?
She sits in a chair, removes her gloves, and peels the orange. He does not resume his seat, but walks about, watching her as he does so, uneasily, wistfully. Sir George, after a pause, abruptly.
Fay?
Fay, intent upon the orange.
Yes?
Everything comes to an end, sooner or later, as you remarked once, out of the depths of your philosophy. I have given old Robichon and his wife notice that I leave them tomorrow, or the day following.
Leave this cottage, this orchard?
I am recovered. Why not?
No, why not?
Sighing.
Well, since you turned the corner of your illness, it has been rather nice at Fontenay.
We have had some pleasant walks here, under these trees.
I was thinking last night, these trees have blossomed over us.
So they have. Blossomed while you have been leading me under their boughs.
I was thinking, too, nursing would not be at all a bad profession if one could always nurse at Fontenay.
And I have thought, more than once, lying ill would be a charming pastime if one could always suffer at Fontenay.
She rises and offers him the peeled orange, having transferred it to a clean plate. He advances, takes it from her, and sits. Fay, bending over him, dividing the orange with her fingers.
I suppose you come back to us, to the Princess Pannonias.
I don't think so.
Fay, drawing back.
No?
Very likely I shall lodge for a time somewhere near you, near the princess. It may be necessary for me to do so.
Fay, dipping her hands into the finger bowl and drawing them upon a napkin.
Necessary? Why?
In the event of certain contingencies, the law requires it.
The law?
Fay, dear, let me impart to you a secret that tomorrow may be no secret.
Secret?
Perhaps the princess and I are going to solace each other in middle age.
She stands quite still.
Going to be husband and wife?
Is that so?
Supposing we elect to be married at the consulate in Paris. As quiet a way of getting through with it as we could adopt. It is required that both parties reside in the district for 3 weeks immediately preceding, and therefore,
for those 3 weeks you will come to lodge near us. I see.
She goes to a tree and stands slightly leaning against it, looking away from him.
I am assuming that the princess would desire the marriage to take place without delay. Indeed, I am assuming more than that, for she has not yet honored me by positively deciding in my favor.
No?
She suggested she should have a stated time in which to weigh the matter carefully. That time expires today or tomorrow.
She will say yes, I hope. Do you think she will?
From her bearing during those first few days of my illness, those critical days and nights, yes, she will.
Fay, partly turning to him.
She is a beautiful woman. You are very much in love?
The princess fully understands the feelings of sympathy and affection I have for her.
Is affection love?
Yes, of a kind.
Of a kind?
Sir George, rising.
My dear, I am not a young man.
Fay, slowly coming to the table.
Those who love deep never grow old. I have heard it said. They may die of age, but they die young. You ought to love the princess.
Love may give perpetual youth to the heart, but can love, in one no longer young, secure in perpetuity the responding love which it may have chanced to awaken?
Fay, shaking her head.
I don't understand.
Sir George, looking away from her.
For instance, supposing a man were so unfortunate as to love a woman not half his age.
One who loved him back again?
At the beginning, perhaps, yes. What end could there possibly be to that?
I think love, real love, cannot see age.
He sits with his head bowed.
Why have you not told me before about the princess?
I have been in a dream. I wanted to put off the waking. I have been dreaming I am young.
I am going to find Annis.
She leaves him. He remains seated. Her gloves are lying upon the grass. He discovers them, picks them up, and presses them to his lips. Sir Robert Chichely's voice is heard in the distance.
I see a tablecloth.
Thrusting the gloves into his breast, Sir George rises and walks away. Sir Robert appears, followed by Lady Chichely and the Princess Pannonia, and, after a short interval, by Edward Oriel. The princess is dressed severely in dark colors. She looks pale and oppressed. Edward, who palpably shares her mood, has returned to the style of clothes worn by him in the first act. He walks about dejectedly.
Where are they all?
Lady Chichely to the princess.
Those new roans of yours have done the distance almost as quickly as our lumbering train.
Sir Robert, looking into the distance.
He must be hereabout.
Lady Chichely, following him.
Robert, I wish you to tell Laura.
returning to the princess in a flutter.
I had no opportunity of talking to you this morning. We have great news for you.
Princess, in an absent way.
News.
I have made up my mind, Laura, to resign my command.
Not to return to India.
Quite so. Winifred and I have been sitting in council. We have decided we cannot bear another wrench. We will never part again voluntarily.
Lady Chichely, laughing bashfully and hiding her face against the princess's shoulder.
What do you think of that?
It all comes to this. In time of peace, I am but an indifferent, unambitious soldier.
The fact is, I am the wrong wife for a soldier.
Some truth there. The wife for a soldier is one who enables him to forget that she is also his sweetheart.
Now that's enough, Robert.
The princess, kissing Lady Chichely, gives her hand to Sir Robert.
Thank ye.
Turning away.
Come, let us take a walk among these pretty trees. We shall fall across Lamorant.
Leave me here, you two. When you find Sir George, send him to me.
Sir Robert gallantly offering his arm to Lady Chichely.
Winnie?
Thank you, Bob.
They wander away like lovers. The princess watches them depart while Edward stands as if waiting to gain her attention. Princess, turning to him coldly but drawing a deep breath.
Well?
Those horses might have travelled more slowly.
Why protract pain any longer? Defer the inevitable.
Edward, his eyes meeting hers for a moment.
Inevitable?
Inevitable. I am quite determined, Edward, and I have your promise that you will distress me by no further appeal.
Edward, bowing.
Yes. The month is over.
Over.
Looking at him askance.
It has been a happy month.
In moments of forgetfulness, exquisitely so. The time you have felt it your duty to devote to Sir George Lamorant in consequence of his illness has unfortunately broken in upon it. But I do not complain.
That is a very proper feeling.
Going to him.
Thank you for driving with me here.
Giving him the tips of her fingers.
Adieu.
Edward barely touching her hand.
Adieu.
She leaves him and goes to a tree on the right, while he turns and walks slowly away in an opposite direction.
Edward!
He pauses in his walk.
You shall hear it from me. You would hear it elsewhere tomorrow. I am going to marry.
Edward, coming forward a step or two.
Mary?
A dear old friend, George Lamorant.
Lamorant?
This marriage was spoken of between us, almost decided upon, a month ago.
A month ago?
The thought came to me that I would snatch a month's illusion out of life before I became fully pledged.
Approaching him piteously.
You forgive me. Come, you and I have watched the stars and wondered and talked like boy and girl for a whole month, have we not? Edward, you forgive me?
Edward facing her sternly.
No. No, I will never forgive you.
Ah.
Retreating.
I like you better for it.
Sinking into a chair.
I would rather you did not.
Edward standing over her.
What is your motive? It is not Lamorant you love.
She laughs lightly, hysterically.
You may believe in the soundness of your reasons for banishing me, but Lamorant!
You shall not disturb me, Edward. Motive? Boy, I am going to meet old age halfway, to marry a man whose gaze, like my own, is always turned in the direction of sunset. He and I will humor each other's weaknesses. We will not play at being younger, but at being older than we are. It is the fight against the years that tortures. Defeat is endurable.
Edward, looking into the distance.
Is Lamarant.
Princess, starting to her feet.
Once more, adieu.
Laura!
Princess, drawing herself erect.
Mr. Oriel, the month is over.
He turns from her and goes away. Sir George approaches in a reverie. On seeing the princess, he starts, advances to her and takes her hand.
My dear Laura.
George, you're looking better this morning. More color. The arm. Is it less painful?
Much less, much.
I am glad.
It is kind of you to come out to Fontenay so early today.
I am earlier than I have been of late, am I not? But you are conscious of what today is, George.
Today? Oh, yes, perfectly. If you allude to...
To our interview of a month ago. The month is over, you know.
I know. It is over.
She faces him and lays her hand in his deliberately.
Ah, am I to understand?
Yes.
Sir George, bending over her hand.
My dear friend.
She moves away to the tree and stands there with her back towards him. His hand is upon the chair below the table.
Won't you? Pray?
She makes no movement. He carries the chair and deposits it beside her. Princess, turning to him.
George, I wish to let you know. It is my duty to tell you. I was not quite open with you a month ago as to my reasons for desiring to make myself safe, as we both expressed it.
Were you not?
No. The injudicious, undignified marriage I professed myself frightened of was not the mere chimera you perhaps thought it. I was actually on the brink of such a marriage, resisting the idea strenuously, but nevertheless tottering, falling.
I confess, my dear Laura, I didn't suspect you to be in immediate danger.
Ask me.
Tell me.
Mr. Oriel and I love each other, did love each other exceedingly.
Mr. Oriel, the cold-blooded boy?
He is less cold-blooded than people imagine.
A warm-blooded boy, then?
George, he is 27, 8?
Well, I meant boy by comparison.
Oh, spare me.
Ah, by comparison with myself. And when... Am I asking too much? When did you and he...
Finally break sonder?
Sir George, assenting with a nod.
He was kind enough to escort me here. He has just left me.
She sits. He walks about, disturbed.
I am truly sorry for you, dear Laura. I am desperately sorry.
Princess, leaning back, her eyes closed.
You are always so gentle, so considerate.
Sir George, returning to her.
I presume it is quite done with?
Princess, sitting upright, her eyes flashing.
George!
I was wrong to ask.
Oh, very wrong. You must never hint at such a thing again.
Sir George, moving away.
No, no.
Princess, going to him penitently.
I am a little sharp with you today. Tomorrow I shall be different. Poor gallant crippled butterfly.
Sir George, putting his arm through hers gratefully.
Ah.
They walk about together, arm in arm.
So it is settled. Let it be done soon. I have begun my new life already, George, and I have shaped it. You observe my sombre gown, and I have had my hair dressed stiffly. Two emotionless, sedate, middle-aged egotists.
Egotists? Yes, I suppose middle age is a period of inordinate egotism.
Princess, deep in thought.
Or are people of any age who are in love abnormally egotistical?
Rousing herself.
But your egotism cannot be the egotism of love, can it?
She leaves him and walks about moodily. Sir George, after a brief silence, hesitatingly.
Laura, I think it is perhaps only fair to you that I should offer you confidence for confidence.
Princess, pausing in her walk.
How?
Sir George, half sitting upon the table.
Do you remember my laughing away your suggestion that I might, at some time, be weak enough?
Perfectly.
Well, I was mistaken. Mistaken in my estimate of myself, of my disposition, my strength of character. Mistaken.
Princess, coming forward a step or two.
What? You have?
Yes.
Since we talked in that way a month ago.
Yes.
You had better not tell me any more, George.
As you wish.
With somebody much younger than yourself, I assume.
Considerably.
Oh, Blanche Oriel?
No, no.
You don't mean Annis Marsh?
Sir George, facing her.
Fay.
Fay.
Sir George, sitting.
Fay.
Princess, walking about.
This is very distressing.
Coming to him.
Does she suspect?
Sir George, looking upon the ground.
A woman's intuition.
Princess, wincing.
Shh, I know. Has she any warmth of feeling for you in return?
She is blind.
But has she?
I fear so.
Princess, frowning.
George, you haven't talked love together.
Sir George, looking round.
This place, the influence of it.
Princess, looking round.
I know, but have you?
Only in the abstract.
Princess, leaving him.
The abstract.
He rises. They walk about, he in one direction, she in another. Then they meet.
What are her views, may I ask?
That those who love deeply cannot age.
That those who love deeply cannot age.
Yes.
If it were so.
Nor perceive age in those they love.
What a blessed creed.
Yes.
For you and for me.
For you and for me.
Do you believe it?
Do you?
She puts her hand to her brow, looking into the distance.
There is Fay.
Princess, passing him.
Don't let me meet her.
Drawing back.
Ah.
What?
Princess, looking into the distance.
Look, Aunt Mary and Blanche. They promised to follow me, but do you see whom they are talking to?
Mr. Oriel.
They stand staring at each other like two frightened people.
George, you and I, bound, it would be madness.
Would it?
We should hate each other.
Not I, you.
You're not a woman. Release me.
Eh?
I release you. I release you. I release you.
They turn their heads, he to look at Fay, she to watch Edward.
Edward is going. He is going.
Grasping his arm.
George, what shall we do?
Laura.
They again stare at each other, then slowly she turns her head once more towards the left.
He's gone.
She rushes away. After a pause, Sir George walks in the opposite direction.
Fay.
She approaches with heavy steps and drooping head. Fay, her eyes avoiding his.
You call me?
Sir George, producing her gloves.
I have found your gloves.
Fay, taking them.
Thank you.
She passes him as if going.
Fay, may I keep them?
She raises her eyes to his for a moment reproachfully, then lays the gloves upon the table and again moves away.
Stop.
Replacing the gloves in his breast.
The princess and I have just been talking together. We have realized that we have been on the verge of an act of folly.
Yes?
We have perceived that we are both, unhappily, perhaps capable of loving, with a love which neither one can feel for the other. She and I are simple friends again. I believe friendship has never escaped a direr peril.
They, showing anxiety to depart.
Well?
Sir George, going to her.
Fay, you see I am now quite free to start upon the journey I planned. Shall I go?
She stands motionless, with her eyes closed.
I love you. I love you. I love you. I have loved you since. Oh, for these many days. You know it.
Yes.
You return my love?
You know it.
For how long have you loved me?
Since for these many days.
Sir George, looking into the distance.
Lady Ringstead and Miss Oriel, Maxime.
They walk away slowly, side by side, murmuring to each other.
I love you.
Oh, I know it.
You love me.
You know it.
They go out of sight. Sir Robert and Lady Chichely appear, talking intently. They pause, and Sir Robert kisses Lady Chichely. Thereupon they wander away, their heads close together. After they have disappeared, Desmaillet and Annis approach, his arm about her waist.
The old people. Let them get on.
Not more than a week, Maxime. Not more.
Perhaps less. Come with me to the gate. I won't say goodbye to the others. I want only you.
They also kiss and wander away. When they have gone, Blanche and Lady Ringstead appear. Lady Ringstead, looking behind her.
Has Laura become a wild thing? She passed us like the wind. They say women can't run.
Women can do anything.
They're allowed to make the attempt nowadays, except to murder their babies. Infanticide is still forbidden, I'm told.
Blanche, looking into the distance.
Aunt, come here.
Lady Ringstead joins her.
Look.
Lamorand and Miss Zuliani.
Aunt Mary, do you know what I think?
Heaven forbid, my dear, or any other young girl.
Those two people like each other.
In a marrying sense?
Yes.
Don't fill my ears with such stuff.
Remember how they've been thrown together and then Faye's romantic history? It all helps.
A girl of 19? Why, he'll be 50 before her waist is settled.
From the distance comes the faint, almost imperceptible sound of music, a military band playing a jubilant march.
We'll see.
Showing some agitation.
And oh, Auntie, I have something else upon my mind, something that concerns us.
Lady Ringstead, alarmed.
Blanche!
It has worried me for a fortnight or more. I can't keep it to myself any longer.
What?
Edward.
Edward?
I believe Edward is getting too fond of Laura.
Lady Ringstead grasps Blanche's arm and glares at her.
I did give him a hint that I'm not quite a fool a week ago, but he took hold of me and hissed in my face, and his lip went up.
The sound of music draws nearer. Sir Robert appears.
Ah, quick! Here's a battalion of chasseurs marching down the lane. Very interesting. Does anybody want to see 'em?
We'll come, Sir Robert.
Sir Robert disappears in a hurry. Lady Ringstead, sinking into the chair, stupefied.
Let me think.
The music grows louder and louder. Sir George and Fay return. Blanche goes to them. Fay embraces her and whispers to her. Then there is a still louder burst of music, and the princess approaches quickly. Edward follows her and comes to Lady Ringstead. The princess has allowed her cape to slip from her shoulders. She carries her hat by its ribbons, and her hair is flowing to her waist. Her cheeks are flushed, and her eyes glow with the light of girlhood. The sound of music diminishes slightly.
Do you hear that march? Don't look at me. A bough of a tree has caught my hair. Do you hear it? It is by Klotz. I first heard it years ago in the Standwaldchen at Pest. It is called Aserle Mindig Ifju Marad. Do you know what that means?
Opening her arms.
Fay!
Fay goes to the princess, who folds her in an embrace.
George!
Sir George advances to her laughingly. Fay and Blanche again whisper together. Princess to Sir George softly.
Butterfly.
Sir George to Edward.
Mr. Oriel, I crave your leave.
Kissing the princess upon her brow.
Princess?
Lady Ringstead, who has risen, her hand to her heart.
His leave.
To Edward.
Edward, tell me.
He inclines his head silently. Fay comes forward and stands on Sir George's right. Blanche comes to Edward on his left. Lady Ringstead to Sir George unsteadily.
And you and that sweet Italian thing?
Yes.
Are you sane, all of you? Any of you? Are you real? To me you appear like dream people, fantastic creatures.
To Edward.
Oh, my boy!
She breaks down, puts her handkerchief to her eyes, and weeps upon Edward's shoulder. The music swells again. Princess to Lady Ringstead.
No, we are real, Aunt. Don't say that we have any part in a dream. Hark, listen to my march. That's real. Aserle Mindig Ifju Marad. Love is ever young.
Fay to Sir George.
And ever blind? You are sure?
Unobserved by the others, she touches his face with her lips. The end. End of the 5th act. End of The Princess and the Butterfly, or The Fantastics, by Arthur Wayne Pinero.